Okay. Barnabas, take it away.
Alrighty. Last week on Red Hand of Doom, we opened to the last round of combat in a Red Hand ambush that we had broken up. Gerard was struggling to fend off the Blood Elemental when Guy came to his aid and got a Nat 20 on a Guiding Bolt, which set up Jert for an epic Leaping Dragoon Nat 20 that killed it. Layla got a Nat 1 on a Guiding Bolt that was then allowed her to re-roll and then managed to kill a Hobgoblin, which was a pretty cool shot. Then she later offered healing to Gerard and Jert, and they were skeptical. She did not like that. Barnabas tried to help Thamlin on his fight against the Swordmaster, but he said respect the 1v1, and he needed to give the Hobgoblin a warrior's death. Not like we need to kill 1,000 of these things or something. The fight ended with an awesome combo, with Gerard helping launch Jert up onto a high ledge so that he could deliver the finishing hit on a Hobgoblin soldier. We then spent much time talking about pursuing the Blood Witch that we had met in that combat, who had all sorts of crazy blood magic and who had summoned that blood elemental. But we eventually decided not to pursue her because it probably would have been a task in vain. And we forgot to search all the corpses and harvest the laser beast that we killed. We got back to Drellin's Ferry, where we needed to convince the guards to let us use the ferry to get into town. Remember John Johnson. Remember his name. We headed straight for Nora Whiston's house, where we dropped the details on him of everything that we had found. He found this all very unsettling, and we set up a meeting with the town council for the following morning. We stopped by the Old Bridge Inn to find rest, but all the rooms were booked because of the upcoming festival. Layla triggered the night shift employee and got yelled at. Barnabas spent a lot of money on whiskey for a toast. We then decided to spend the night at Jarrett's now abandoned house and shop. We just barely managed to get enough sleep to get a long rest. There was no time for crafting. Sad halfling noises. When we head straight for the council meeting and updated them on all of our findings, and we started beginning to make a plan for the upcoming week. Rafina revealed to us that Yormel had been in leagues with the Furbolgs originally, helping them ambush merchants on the road. It was very, very upsetting. And then we decided to let the town have the festival, but urge them to begin preparing for the evacuation immediately after. It seemed to be the general consensus of what we have come to decide. And we have, with Yormel's suggestion, resolved to destroy the Dwarven Bridge to the north to slow the advance of the Red Hand army. And we are currently kind of shopping a plan for that, while also trying to prepare to go to the Witchwood to meet with the elves, who are planning to leave this realm within a week's time if we do not convince them otherwise. And I believe our next course of action is to go to Moreland the blacksmith to figure out where that fallen ironwood tree was, and then we'll see where we go from there. But we're still in the meeting as it stands.
That is a extremely thorough and detailed and precise recap. Thank you.
Welcome.
Take your DM inspiration. All right. So, question now is: does anybody want to answer that fanspo for a not a fanspo, faxpo question for a fax inspiration die, which functions like a bardic inspiration die but lasts the entire session?
I can take it if nobody else is down for it.
Oh, I'm interested to hear Guy's answer to that.
All right. Guy, take it away.
When Guy was but a wee lad, he always wanted to be the man that he is today. He always wanted to be that guy. And he did everything and wanted anything and would do anything to become him. And like a hero of rest.
Oh, and like a hero of rest. So like you are, but just almost, you're almost there.
Almost there.
You're like when Marvel Cinematic Universe Peter Parker got to join the Avengers, but maybe not under the best conditions.
Correct.
Okay. Maybe in a child abuse way, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. No, yeah.
Hey, I'm just calling it like I see it, all right? Like,
yeah.
as a father, okay? And
Yeah.
apparently as an uncle, but maybe not an Uncle Ben, because I'm not ready to get shot just yet. Earlier this week, maybe. Now, feeling a little bit better. All right. So, was a hard week. Sounds good. So we will jump back in, take your Faxpiration die, and we'll jump back into this here meeting and see what you guys decide to do next. So time speeds back up. Eormel looks pretty pleased with himself that he put forth this very useful idea. Everyone looks excited by the idea, but also upset by the idea. Keep in mind that these people, their number one prime directive is the town, right? And if you look at the map, that is cutting off all northern trade, essentially, at least for Drellin's Ferry. Forces, you'd have to go through Witchcross and up that way. And yellow roads, not as well developed as red roads. And you've seen the red road going through the forest. It ain't even something to write home about. These aren't like stone Roman Empire roads. So these yellow roads are real shit. And so like destroying that bridge is essentially like cutting a third of the town's like life's blood off. But they also understand that it would cut off a direct route to the town from the enemy. So they're kind of like teetering back and forth between how they feel about it. Yeah, the yellow, the idea of a road, red, kind of a road. Perfect. The best road in the whole area is the one that runs between Brindle and Denevar, because they have a lot of money, Brindle and Denevar, and so their road is well maintained. This is what happens when you don't have a central government and good taxation laws. Your roads are shit. So in a way, this is exactly like Florida, not just fantasy Florida. Yeah. I'm just saying, I lived in Florida a long time. Come from bad roads. They also have a road that literally runs north to south, but it's labeled east to west. Let's not even get started on how fucked up Florida is. All right. But yeah, everyone at the meeting is like concerned. You could see that they're like, "Oh, this is a risky move." And the idea of you guys doing this is finally cementing in a lot of their minds how fucking serious things are. So this is kind of your shot to kind of throw out any other, nuggets of wisdom or advice that you might have for these people.
Can I propose a bold and unconventional strategy, as I am wont to do? Because now they're getting used to the idea of the bridge being gone. There is an opportunity there. If we blow up this bridge, we're very much showing the Red Hand that we're terrified of them, and we're only going to bolster their ambition to cross it. And I gesture to some lamellar armor, and I make the point that, like, this army has craftsmen like the world has never seen. They are going to surmount this challenge of crossing this bridge in way faster than we expect them to. I'm confident of this. What if this is a crazy idea, it might not work with our timeline, but what if we waited for them at the bridge? What if we blew up the bridge as they were crossing it and chose the army size that we could actually defeat? And we deal an actual blow to their army, and we can go forward to the elves and to the dwarves saying that we have actually stood against them, united with the Furbolgs, and that we stand a chance at beating them.
Dirk crosses his arms. You'd have us potentially face them all down at once, but it could be a valuable outcome.
The idea is that as they are crossing the bridge, we can allow as many as we feel we can fight across, and then blow the bridge when we are ready, and then push those that are on our side against the valley. We would have a great tactical advantage, and we would have the capacity to fight as many as we choose to fight instead of being overrun.
Wouldn't they already have troops stationed at the bridge?
Possible, but we should get there early to determine that first.
I think it's an option. And if we get that option, we should use it. And if it's too much for us to just handle the watch, if there is some, then we hightail it back. But if we can blow a bunch of them to Kingdom Come, I am all for it.
we might actually stand a chance at really repelling them for a period of time. This, we might buy ourselves extra days with such a plan versus, moments.
Jert leans over Guy's shoulder and says a little quietly, should we ask any of them for supplies, for more bombs, or can we handle it ourselves, you think?
I think Moreland's the best one to ask for such a thing. Other than... Oh... Gosler.
Nah, he looks up. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps may chance in a very dire circumstance such as this, you wouldn't mind being able to hand over some of your best on tap? Perhaps some of the more flammable?
You want me to give up not just my livelihood here, but any of my livelihood I would try to bring with me to make a life somewhere else?
Not all of it. We've been in your place, we've seen those barrels, we've seen your vats. Besides,
most
couple
beers
of them
aren't
are-
flammable.
And like Barnabas says, most beers aren't flammable. So just the stuff that is flammable, or a little bit of it. We've done you a solid. If it wasn't for us, I don't think you'd have a business anymore. Isn't that correct?
His face kind of flushes, and you hear Eormel chuckle at his discomfort. And then Gosler says, wow, you do a guy a favor and you just lord it over him.
Less of a guilt trip and more of a unique understanding that all of you were not privy to a pair of fey creatures that were infecting the city right below your feet, especially in those dastardly slums that I assume Eormel you slink around in, no?
Eormel shrugs, and Gosler sets his jaw, and he says, I don't see how my spirits are going to help you blow up a bridge. Have you ever seen this bridge? It's a testament to the ancient dwarves' crafting.
Yeah. Alcohol fire and gunpowder fire are very different.
I was more meaning for a long line.
Oh.
We might need some distance if we're going to do it your way.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I really like where your head's at.
One barrel would be enough. But
Fine. I could easily part with one barrel of, sure. One barrel of vodka.
Ooh. You didn't have to do that. Thank you.
Cheap. It's made of potatoes.
It will certainly serve our purposes. Thank you.
The Lord gives him a pat on the back, and he kind of like tries to shrug it off, but also just sort of accepts it.
And Callan, do you have anything that you think could aid us in this endeavor?
Kellen says, let's see. Well, I mean, if vodka's working for you, I could definitely do another barrel to the mix.
Gerard makes a good point, though. We would need something more forceful.
It's not for the explosive, it's just for the fuse.
Ignition.
The ignition, yes.
Well, if we have the latter covered, then another barrel from Kellen would be much appreciated.
Fuse cord also works for bombs. Sorry, throwing it out there.
And I suppose, lastly, Satyrian, by chance, do you have anything?
Sir Tyrion says, let's see. What does Sir Tyrion say?
I'm
hold
asking
on.
more of Satyrian.
All right, he says, the best I could do for you is, I could provide some scrolls, perhaps. If you do run into resistance there, I'm sure there'll be quite a great number of infantry. You're going to want to be able to clear them out quickly. Perhaps a couple of scrolls of fireball would do.
Excellent. Oh, and since we've picked up on the fact that they can cast magic and they have their own priests, by chance could you teach me some anti-magic?
He says, if you want a counterspell lesson, I could certainly try to give it to you, but know that the range of such magics is limited. A good fireball can hit you from 150 feet, whereas a counterspell you need to be dangerously close, 60 feet or less.
I'm hoping their magic also needs to be so short. We've not seen an arcane caster save the Bloodlord.
Only we knew more of this enemy. But I have a feeling that if you are meeting with the Queen of the Shadow Elves, she will be able to enlighten you further to the nature of this enemy. She walks the border between realms. Her knowledge of the Fae and the Fae Wild is much greater than my own.
Yes,
Thank you.
And while speaking of walking between realms, you spent a significant amount of time amongst the elves, did you not?
He nods. I did, yes.
In your time in the Witchwood, did you experience the time dilation effect that is often known to happen to those who enter the Feywild? When you came out, had a significant time passed?
The Witchwood is what cosmologists would. Hold on. I have to actually look this up because I don't know if I just described a makeup artist or the term I'm actually looking for here. No, that'd be a cosmetologist. So a cosmologist is actually a study of the cosmos in fantasy realm. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, a cosmologist would call them a thin spot. Basically, a place where two parallel worlds overlap. A frequent phenomenon of this is volcanoes. Very often have a thin place to the elemental plane of fire. The deepest parts of the ocean often a thin spot to the elemental plane of water, and so on. The nature of the Witchwood is such that the Feywild and, in some places, the Shadowfell overlap the forest, making it an incredibly dangerous place. But to answer your question, if you aren't careful and you don't have the proper guide, someone who knows their way around, someone who is the very obscure ranger subclass from Xanathars, you could become lost between realms and lose a great deal of time. He sees you guys. Jor sees attention kind of move to him. He shakes his head. He's definitely not one of those very obscure rangers that have a game-breakingly good ability if you were in a Planescape campaign. I think in the whole time, right? Have we seen one person play it like once in like all of
Horizon Walker?
Horizon Walker?
Horizon
Yeah.
Walker. Oh my God.
Yeah, Kinix picked
Yeah.
one of my one shot a while back.
Yeah. I remember that. We teased it mercilessly, and then like you added a pocket dimension
I
just
did it on
for
purpose. Yes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it wouldn't have had nothing. Would have happened, yeah.
I was talking to my kid. Yeah, I was teaching my kid about Planescape and about how portals work and stuff, and because I'm planning to go pretty hard into Planescape when it releases, and they were like, "Oh, that sounds amazing," blah blah. But isn't there a ranger that can do that? And I was like, "Yes, well." That I wouldn't actually be able to allow that ranger because it would shut down one of the main MacGuffin engines of Planescape. Part of what makes Planescape interesting is the knowledge of portals and portal keys, and that subclass, the third level feature, it just finds portals automatically, and I believe it doesn't auto open them too. Anyways, but Flavor wise, someone trained with someone with similar skills to that would be able to navigate an area like the Witchwood because they could detect where those thin spots are. You guys would be in a much more difficult position to know for sure if you were walking essentially from one plane to another. And the time that you were in the other plane, time would pass differently. And time passes differently in different parts of the Feywild. So in some places time is static, in some places time is stagnant, and in some places there is no time. So it's very, very tricky.
Barnabas looks very concerned. I'm very worried that we will take a wrong step and come back out years later to a realm that has already been conquered by the Red Hand.
Wow. I mean, that'd be a pretty shit campaign. No, it'd actually be kind of a cool campaign. It'd be a cool remix on the campaign, but we're not playing like a Sir Tyrod thinks about your question and says, yes, I understand why you have concerns. But you are meeting up with natives of the Witchwood. They should be able to guide you. Just make sure that you're not just limit your travel without a guide, that's all.
Okay.
I think that does it, Richard.
He nods.
All right, well, thank you everyone for sitting down. Unless there's anything else for the Heroes of the Vale, we have a bridge to blow up.
Like, say, a reward that some EORML promised us?
Now, everyone turns and looks at Eormel. Eormel says, promised you something. I said I'd sell you some diamonds.
There was some talk about if we dealt with the bandit issue that you would set us up with a reward, but that was a long time ago.
What were the exact details? Sure, with his keen mind, we'll try to recall.
It was something based around this guy shut him down when he tried to offer us a plan and said, why don't you just pay us? And then he said, yes, you will be compensated well for this. Those are the exact words.
Imagine he was saying it in the very evil way, assuming he would die.
Yeah, like I'm gonna murder your. I'm gonna find out who your families are, and I'm gonna bury them, except for the head, which I'm gonna leave on your pillow. Like that's how he wants to reward you. He looks around and he says, I know how heroes work. I can spare 300 gold worth of diamonds. That's all I have in stock. Your good friend Jarrett had a habit of clearing me out whenever I got diamonds in.
Is he telling the truth? I'm an insight.
Let's see. Okay. All right, and he's got Merchant's Intuition. Ah, nice. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, he's an actual merchant class. Ooh. I mean, he doesn't seem happy about it, but apparently all he has in his stock is that much in diamonds.
All right.
Well, that'd make a big difference for us.
All right. Then if you need to head out, they understand.
Go see Moreland.
Okay.
If we do not make it back from the Witchwood and the elves before the evacuation begins, we must protect the people. We will not be here to do so.
Noro narrows his eyes and says, well, I mean, we're still undecided about the evacuation. But I wish you all of Avandra's luck in what you're about to do. And Brother Durney says, and may Paylor shine down his blessings upon you.
We'll be fine.
Barnabas already started walking out when he heard religious rhetoric.
But claws out.
Yeah. Claws out.
Oof. You hear Umeg Stormsteel take
No,
a
I
little
also didn't
bit.
character.
I was gonna say he would
Not
take
an
some
accent or
psychic
anything.
damage. He would take some psychic damage.
No, Jarrett's not an Not a fucking loser like me.
Oh no,
Oh.
no! I was gonna say
Trash.
he takes psychic damage because he remembers what it's like to be young and enthusiastic
Oh,
about the things that
no.
you're doing, and it hurts to be old. But anyways, let's take you guys over to the map for Drellin's Ferry.
Double thumbs.
All right, let's see. All right. As you guys begin to head out into the day, it is hot, as we've already discussed. It's already up to like 88, still morning times. I'd say that meeting probably took about 2 hours. So go ahead and set you guys at,
That sounds about right. It was a long one.
yeah, about 10. All right. As you guys exit and begin to leave, you see the green, and it is all set up for the beautiful festival. You can see that there are like wooden animatronic like monster heads, kind of like, you know, awkwardly teetering back and forth, billowing smoke into the air, colorful tents, and all sorts of fun activities. People are working industriously to set it up, and you can see children running everywhere, trying to sneak a peek and get underfoot, and plan how incredibly fun their weekend of carnival games and delicious treats is going to be. So they have no idea how things are actually going. Seeing you, a few of the children run up. And the child in the lead of all of them says, "It's them! That's them right there! Look! It's Guy! You can tell it's Guy. Look at his hair. My sister loves his hair."
If you want an autograph, you need to line up.
"What's an autograph?"
Oh, one sec. Here. And he'll bring out an inquill. And actually, this might. No, how about here? And he hands him a silver piece.
"Ooh, is it magical, sir?"
It's magic in the way that it's from me.
"Oh,
Always
wow.
cherish this.
My sister's gonna flip when she finds out that I got something. Everybody, look, it's Guy the hero!" And you are now surrounded by about 10 village children. Most of them are of human descent. It looks like one of them is of dwarven descent, and one of them is of halfling descent, or just the smallest child you've ever seen. And they are checking you guys out, and they want to know where Claude the Lion is. And one of them says, "Is he dead? My father died."
Oh, jeez.
Oh, damn.
Yeesh.
You guys do not spend a lot of time around small children, I guess.
Make me uncomfortable.
That's a conversation starter when you're about 5 or 6 years old. That's a nice one. That's a nugget they just shared with you. One of them turns to him and says, "Nobody wants to hear about your dead dad." And they turn back and say, "But where's the lion? Did he get killed by a monster?"
No,
No,
please.
he is not dead. He is simply fighting his own fight on a secret mission.
Secret mission. Oh, wow. And they all get very excited. "What about his pet mouse? Did he get eaten?"
Of course he's along with the lion. What else would you expect?
Oh. "See, the lion's pet mouse is okay, everybody." And all the kids kind of nod, like, that's good
He's
news.
too
That's good news.
elusive to be eaten.
Mm-hmm. What adventures are you guys up to next? Are you going to go to the festival tomorrow? Are you going to be at the festival? They're going to have some tournaments, some archery tournaments, and there's going to be some fighting tournaments.
Going to be performing.
You're going to perform at the festival tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. It's a
Oh,
secret. Don't tell anyone.
Saturday.
Saturday. Maybe
Okay.
Sunday. Saturday.
Oh, this is wow. Okay, I'll
Don't-
tell my sister.
Oh, just
She
be
wants to
careful.
have your baby.
Okay.
I caught her with a pillow under her blouse, and she was pretending she was having your baby.
Wow, that's a lot. By the way, your father was a hero, I'm sure.
Oh, did you say that to the kid who said his father died?
Yeah, to
My
redirect.
mother says he was a drunk.
Well, I bet he was the greatest drinker
Guy,
in the land.
you're waning away from this conversation. Someone wants to have your child.
Interesting. By chance, might I ask, young lad? Your sister, I assume she's yay tall? And he gestures to about his height.
Oh, yes, she's on the cusp of womanhood, sir. She's looking for a husband, and it's going to be you.
Yeah, Layla, I think it's fine. I'm somewhat maybe taken.
Her name's Bree, and my name's Brian. I guess that means we're going to be brothers.
All right. Layla.
Jert, a very edgy youth is staring you down.
Oh god.
His hand
Oh,
is on the hilt of a wooden sword of expert craftsmanship.
Jert with
He
his
seems
hand
to
on
be
his axe.
sizing you. Yeah, he seems to be sizing you up.
All right. Jert with his hand on his axe and one hand on his hip just kind of pivots over and looks down at him.
The kid, who's incredibly tall for his age, maybe he's 9, maybe he's 11. It's hard to tell. He looks up at you and he goes, doesn't look that tough.
Jert looks down at him. Probably stronger than he looks.
And then he says, I'll see you in the tournament unless you're too scared. And there's a murmur through the children. You hear the name Jake being whispered. Apparently Jake is a real badass.
Oh, I wish I could be there.
Listen,
man.
it's Fantasy Florida. I'm using old school Forgotten Realms name generator where everyone had normal fucking names. Okay, so there's not going to be any Lulu Walulus or any of that kind of stuff. It's fucking Jake the Kid. All right.
John Johnson.
Sorry. Exactly.
Oh my
Exactly.
Were that I could be there, Jake. But I have.
He seems slightly to raise his eyebrow in an emotional response that you somehow knew his name.
You said I heard his name be whispered, right?
Yeah. All right, and he says, if you can't make it, I'll take it as a forfeit.
He looks over at a guy with a look that says, I might not be going to the Witchwood.
Oh my god.
Guy is started singing like a toy who got put back on its default setting.
Okay.
Valen is looking between both of these like, are you guys alright? Jeez.
Barnabas has been trying to block out the presence of children and just staring off in the distance at the giant wooden effigy that his patron told him to burn.
Just fucking white noise.
Yeah.
So this small child approaches you, Thamlin. It's a young girl with ruddy brown skin and freckles and frazzly pigtails. And she says, my dad said you quit being a guard because you were bad at it.
Ooh.
He said that you got tired of, boinking the captain, and then you guys broke up, and so you left because your heart was broken. Is that true?
Oof.
Your dad
Sir,
would have
mister, did you
your
hear
dad-
me? I can repeat the question louder if you need me to.
No, I heard you. Your dad wouldn't happen to be a guard, would he?
Yeah, of course.
What's your dad's name, child?
Name and badge number.
His name's Sam Sampson.
Yes.
Oh my.
You know Sam Sanson. He never passes his physical training requirements, and he has a passion for fried dough.
Is that him right there?
No.
that him right there?
You look around at any nearby guards, you don't see Sam Sampson.
He's on my hit list now.
2 of them on notice.
Crash, I'm keeping count, man.
Okay.
I will find these bastards.
So, for a point of demonstration, does anyone want to guess what Jack's last name is?
Jackson.
All right, take your point of demonstration.
Well then, little girl. There seems to be some misinformation your father is spreading. Me and Serrano are just good friends. We are not.
What's
intimate-
What's misinspiration?
Misinformation.
Who's that? Is that your new girlfriend?
Fake
No,
news.
no,
It's lying without knowing you're lying.
Oh,
precisely. Thank you, Layla.
my dad calls that fake news.
Your dad is something else.
Is he? Like a werewolf?
No, but he is
Probably.
about-
What?
Does
Really?
that mean I'm a werewolf?
Yeah. You see that you've changed this girl's life forever.
If you hit him with a sack of silver coins while he's asleep, you'll cure him.
That is actually factually true.
But why would I want to cure him? That's cool. Emma, your dad's just the town speaker or whatever. That's not nearly as cool as being a werewolf.
Well, would you like to know?
And you see in
how-
the back of the crowd, young Emma, Whiston. She seems to be haunted by the secrets that she learned last night, surrounded by her happy peers who have no idea the imminent danger that's coming, the
Oh, that's
big
right.
decisions her father has to make, the fact that their lives might be ended or changed forever.
I forgot she heard everything. That's not very nice. Emma's father is very important.
My dad says he waxes his mustache. And that he has a painting in his house that has a naked lady on it.
I cannot reasonably defend this man anymore.
Well, your father's probably just upset he doesn't have a painting with a naked lady on it.
Oh, you think so?
Absolutely.
I'll paint him one.
Wait, no, please don't. Please don't. Don't.
Layla just has a big grin.
Layla,
That's a
no.
wonderful idea. Do your best stick interpretation.
No, please do not do that.
A stick? No, naked ladies have boobies. Naked boys have sticks.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
I lean into Guy. I'm like, Guy, could you like summon a handful of candy and like throw it in a direction?
What am I, some kind of parlor? Some kind of
Say,
trickster?
why we're on this topic?
The-
I'd like
the-
to know just how you can become a werewolf too.
Oh yeah! A bunch of children rush over to Layla.
You know that she's the
tells them-
strongest one because of how ugly and scary she is.
And then someone says,
My mom says she's a witch. She has
That
sex
is
with
true.
demons.
I do.
Wow.
"All right, you guys have now been spared. All of the children are surrounding Layla for how to be a werewolf TED Talk."
Well, don't worry. She's gonna teach them that it involves sticking their father's hands in warm water while they sleep.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
They take diligent notes, except for Jake, who leans against a nearby lamppost, smoking a cigarette.
Why?
It's like 11, what the fuck?
When did you start smoking?
What?
Me personally? God, 12? 12, 13? I'm old, guys. I'm old. Like, this is what people did back in the day.
That,
all right?
that was
Like,
more in
yeah.
character. Barnabas
Oh.
probably started smoking at like 6.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you were born in the 70s or 80s. They handed you a cigarette as you left the hospital.
All right, anyone here trained in medicine, you know that smoking as early as possible builds strong lungs and a better constitution score. This is
Exactly.
this is medieval fantasy science, y'all. Like, come on.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have brought my real world science to D&D. That was my mistake.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It was meant to be shocking. So, it's meant to show what a badass he is.
Yeah.
Artemis looks at him. He's like, that kid's going places.
He finishes the cigarette and he flicks it, and it flies through the air and hits a nearby dragonfly that was resting on a fence post, killing it. And then his eyes immediately turn to Jert, as if to say, "You're next, bitch."
Jert's standing there, his blank stare a little bit off in the distance, as he thinks to himself, "This is the hardest encounter the claws have ever come across."
Truly.
Emma is standing at the back of the werewolf TED Talk, but she still looks distracted and haunted. She starts to slowly approach the rest of you. I will bring out her miniature so you know how serious it is.
Shit.
Does anyone want to intercept? She's heading towards Barnabas.
Oh boy.
I will.
Sam would. Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Okay, you guys both human shield for Barnabas.
You see
Okay.
him looking very uncomfortable.
All right, she looks up at both of you, and she says, "What are you guys going to do?"
Nothing. Do you want to meet Mr. Benoit? I can introduce you personally. He loves children.
Just smoking a cigarette and glowering.
She nods.
Looking off in the distance at the blacksmith.
All right. So Emma stands in front of you, Barnabas.
How tall is she in comparison to me?
Oh no.
She is taller than you, being an 8-year-old human child. So
Yep, that checks out.
okay. She looks at you and she says,
Is there a lady that lives in your ring?
He smirks a little bit. He's like, yes, she's very beautiful, very talented.
She showed me something in my dream last night.
She show you. She's shown me many wonderful things.
you see tears begin streaming down her face.
Oh, one of those things. Yes, she showed me some.
Everything was burning. Everything was burning and everyone was burning.
She's really into fire that way.
Barnabas, what the fuck?
What?
Is that what's going to happen? Is that what you're going to do?
No, small person. That's what I think she's trying to warn you about what might be. Oh god. Guys, help me. I'm not the person for this conversation.
You have received a portent. Oh, you can warn the people. It is to change the future.
No.
Hmm?
Yeah, you're right, but we should
No,
probably
I was going to tell my father about it this morning, but he seems so sad and so scared.
Look,
Your
Phelan's
father is a
going-
wise man.
Look,
No
I want
matter
you
what
to-
know.
I want you to know that she is trying to help us prevent what you saw, and we will do everything to keep that from happening. She is trying to warn us. Danger is coming. And you should talk to your father about this. And you should definitely not tell any of your friends about the dream you had. Like, definitely don't tell them. None of them. Not even your friends.
You see her her face just kind of caves in on itself, and the ugly crying starts.
Oh, jeez. I pat nervously because I don't know how to. I
Alright,
don't know
who's
what to
got
do.
the calm emotions?
Phelan's going to kneel down, pick her up, and place her over his shoulder.
I'm gonna need a a persuasion or a handle animals check.
Oh my god. From everybody or
Just you, yeah, just you.
okay.
Oh wow. Okay. She sobs softly, and one of the shittier kids from the Werewolf TED Talk sees this and says,
Hey, why is Emma crying? Did you make her cry?
Is that towards me to Barnabas?
It's towards you, Allan. You're the one holding the kid.
Oh no, he's pulling
Oh.
child aggro.
Oh God. No. I am merely giving her a ride on my shoulder, so she can get a better view.
Half
for
of the
town.
children leave the werewolf TED Talk and get in line for piggyback rides on Captain Serrana's boyfriend's shoulders. You must now perform 5 piggybacks before the children will let you free.
All right, I can do 2 at a time. Who's next?
Oh shit! All right. The laughter and fun of piggybacks on your, super muscled armored body. It cheers the children up and it cheers Emma up. She looks down meaningfully at Barnabas and she nods, wiping a snot bubble from her nose.
Great job, Barnabas. You'll be a fantastic father one day.
He shudders in disgust.
Barnabas, you hear a whisper in a familiar voice say, "You're welcome. Just doing my part."
Well, thank you for looking out for her, I suppose. More thanks to himself. Let's go see Moreland before we get any more new fans.
Please.
Okay. As you begin making your way towards Morelands, you pass by the Apple. And as you pass by, I believe it's the green apple. Let me double check. Label the map. That's crazy. All right, let's see. As you pass by the green apple, which the logo looks just like the logo for a green turtle chain, but it's just an apple, so it's not as exciting. This woman comes running out, and those of you who frequent the area know her as Tharma, the owner. Tharma and Guy, what is your relationship here, Guy? I notice you have sort of an exclusivity contract set up with her competitor. So, what's going on with you and Tharma?
Guy was originally probably asked by her to be the bard of Drellin's Ferry through the apple, but he couldn't stand one night of her opinions.
Oh wow! Okay, okay,
and left pretty quick. Also, she doesn't have a good stage. So I assume it's more like oh yes, hello, oh, I'd love to come do a concert for you next week, that sort of thing. He's constantly putting off the next when he's supposed to perform there.
All right. She rushes up to you guys and says,
Oi, wait! Aren't you? Yeah, that's it.
"Oh yeah, it's definitely you." When she looks over and sees Guy, and she says,
I've been meaning to get a hold of you. I heard what you'd done and did for Gosler, and for Kellen, and for the town. And even though I never see you around my place, I just want you to know that I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate the things that you've done for this community. And so, if you could hold on just a moment, I set aside something for you, and I think you'll like it.
Oh, thanks, Therma.
"Damn, dude. Damn." Deliberately mispronounced the name. Damn. All right. She rushes in to the place, and when she comes back out, she and 2 other people, both of them are human, are carrying bundles of apple-related products. Tharma owns several apple orchards and has a famous apple cider as well as a famous apple pie. She has provided for you a basket of some of the finest apples, red, yellow, and green from her recent harvest. And there are 2 small, like little pony kegs of hard cider, and there are 3 exquisite apple pies. And she says,
It's not much, but, well, I just felt like I had to show you that you're appreciated. I know a lot of times adventurers, they come and go, but you've really stuck around, and you've really helped us out. I know that whatever was going on with Gosler, it had to do with all the fights that were breaking out here. And things are not nice and calm again. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. So thank you.
Can I roll an insight on this woman?
Sure.
Just because I have a suspicion that what we did might have impacted her business, and she might be trying to kill a guy.
Oh my god. All right.
We are distrusting.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. This woman legitimately is thankful for everything that you guys have done and has prepared a thoughtful gift for you.
Yeah, she's
Awesome.
hoping you'll think, oh, these pies are great. Everyone should go to Dharma's.
There's some
Yeah.
ulterior motive, but it's good. All right, cool. Shirt nods.
Okay.
Just kind of inhaling the smell of apple pie.
Why, thank you. And I'll be sure to remember the green apple.
She nods at you. She says, "Well, the offer's still open. If you ever get the feeling like you need a bigger crowd." And she motions to her much larger tavern.
I'm sure. The festival's happening. Have you seen Ron Swanson?
Oh, that fat bastard. No, I heard he left town. Couldn't handle the grief of his fallen comrades.
A shame. Well,
He wasn't too good to perform at the Apple. Oh, sorry.
good for him.
Well, it's a busy day. Festival tomorrow.
Guy looks at her for a second and lets her go.
All right. You hear raucous laughter and cheers from inside the Green Apple, and you smell savory and delicious food. Guy, I'm gonna be honest. It smells way better than the cooking over at Kellen's place.
Yeah, but there's no rooms.
Oh my
Where
god.
can he pass out at? Come on. Look, Kellen offered an actual, you can stay there. It's a business thing. And how useful has it been? Maybe one day, guys. Maybe. Here you are, Thandlin. Guy hands off the gift.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I know
and-
it's for all of me, but I mean, you guys can have some too.
Jesus Christ.
He'll just bite into an apple.
It's a
Hey.
good apple. It's a good apple.
Oh my god, guy, you have to try this apple.
It's not my first, but sure.
Aramis looks at the apples skeptically. I thought apples ripened in the fall. Where did she get these?
I mean, apples keep for like over a year if you store them
Yeah,
properly. Yeah.
Cold storage.
Yeah.
I'll be able to make something brilliant out of this tonight. Maybe even something with those little brewing supplies you got from Gosler. Did you collect those yet?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. We have a dwarf to meet. We should probably not keep him waiting.
All right. You guys arrive at Moreland's smithy, and you hear the dink, 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 dink of hammer on steel. And you see Moreland and his adopted daughter are working hard, making. It looks like they are working on some broadswords. An elegant weapon from an earlier age.
He said bro swords.
Broad. It's pronounced broadsword.
Oh.
Broadsword. Yeah.
Bro story, okay.
Broad. You got the D in there. Broadsword.
Yeah.
Broadsword.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are the favored weapon of dwarves and dwarf enthusiasts. They're basically just, they're just log swords, but they're hella thick. They're hella thick long swords. So, twice the weight with no actual mechanical benefit.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah. It's how you show people that you like it thick. Thick-ass weapons. All right. Like they were drawn by Wayne Reynolds himself. That's how thick these fucking swords look. So, all right. Jocelyn notices you first and kind of nods to her father, and they both stop and they put the tools aside and they look over. And Moreland looks to you guys, and he says, "Oh, there you are. Who do you got with you? I knew I smelled some garbage coming down the street." And he spits a wad into the forge, and it sizzles. He's talking about Umix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Barmus would wander up nervously and look up at Moreland because he is still considerably taller than the exceptionally short halfling. And
It's been established that dwarves can only be medium. I don't know. That's just the rules. They can only be in every direction. Yep.
Why'd they do this to our boy?
Yeah.
Anyways, and he looks up at him with disproportionately large anime eyes because he learned from the wise and kind Orion that this is an effective manipulation tool.
Yes, on you, I'm sure it is adorable.
Yeah,
So,
not as cute when one of the eyes is as burning red as the cigarette he's smoking.
Yeah.
But he says, "Hi, Moreland. I know we got off on the wrong foot last time I was here, and I am sorry for disrespecting your craft. I have since done research on what cold iron is, and I understand now why it takes decades to perfect."
So you come to buy some cold iron then?
Well, yes, but we have other matters.
All right.
Well, first and foremost, I'm sorry that we could not get to the ironwood tree that you sought. We have spoken to elves since that believe that the tree has already been taken back to the elvish community.
You spoke with elves?
We happened to find some at Wrath Keep that had been taken prisoner.
At Wrath Keep?
Yes, we conquered a force.
Tell me now, boy. Did you find the treasure?
I'm gonna look to Guy. And Thanlin.
Did you find the treasure?
Yes, Moreland. We found the treasure of Wrath.
He looks around and his eyes settle. What, Layla? Are you still doing TED Talk with the children, or are you with the party?
I would gesture to Thanlin's cold brand sword and to.
Yes.
I am with the party.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sees the staff, and his eyes go large and anime, just like yours, which is quite a feat considering how wrinkled his face is. So, all right.
We did it, Morden. We
That's beautiful. Layla, may I lay my hands upon your staff and touch it?
You wish to inspect its make, I suppose?
Aye. I've always dreamed of someday making a weapon of such exquisite power.
I only ask you treat it with care.
Oh, of course.
But yes, you will hold it out. I will allow you.
Damn. He takes a look at it, and you see his eyes glisten with tears as he inspects the intricate craftsmanship.
This wasn't forged. This was commanded into being. Oh, exquisite. You can see here, girl. These sorts of details, nearly impossible tools. Only magic can bend the metal in such intricate patterns. Here, take my seeing eye.
And he takes out a jeweler's piece, and he says,
Look there, you can see tiny runes etched into every fiber. Incredible. So, incredible. You're planning to collect the rest of them from the...
We can find them, yes.
Oh my. My heart breaks thinking about it. One, for joy that I might, through you, get to see such great crafts, but also because this is a foreboding thing. These weapons were said to be lain to rest alongside the heroes who wielded them, only to be unearthed when the land was in dire need of protection. This is an omen of foul tidings.
You wouldn't happen to know more of these weapons, would you?
Aye, I know quite a bit. What would you like to know?
Whatever you can teach us. Where they are, who used to wield them, what weapons we can expect.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you got time, I suppose it's not too early for lunch. The time with the children and with Tharma ate up another hour.
Yeah.
All right.
Guy
So-
will say, I can tell the story of the Heroes of Rex. Please, I can tell them later. I'll be sure to add in every little piece, Morgan.
Are you sure? Because I was going to tell you all about the weapons, but all right.
The weapons, however, simple details.
Simple. Oh, how do I simplify such incredible and legendary items? Oh, yes, I'm going to be hard pressed to do that. All right. Well, the first is known as Flameheart, and it's a sword made of fire. It's said that it'll protect you from the cold and from flames as long as you have it on your person. That it is a beautiful jeweled hilt, what when attuned and commanded, it summons forth a beautiful prismatic flame in the shape of a southern sword, a scimitar.
Was that by the Shining Servant? Or was that Sandal Sunfeet?
Oh, I didn't keep track of who had what. I don't care about the weapons.
Oh, okay.
That was obviously wielded by Bradley Flameheart. Or what was his name? Something Flameheart.
How dare you? His name is Bradley Flameheart.
The next one that I can recall is called the Mercurial Reaver. That was the one with the girl what was fucking her dragon. I can't remember her name, but and you see Jocelyn say, Dad,
That's
It's-
Aelin, the wind, and Delirium, the emptiness.
he said, oh, that sounds about right. And it was the weapon. Oh, it was a glaive of pure adamantine. And it was said that it gave her the power and swiftness of the wind itself.
Lashing storm.
Oh, also, apparently it was real good at killing dragons. Oh, yes. Then there was Heaven's Impact. It was a real thick dwarven greatsword. I'm talking so big. He starts the motion, and you get the sense that it's roughly the size of Cloud's Buster sword from Final Fantasy VII.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, I would. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, only the strongest heroes could hope to wield that one. It's said that it was so big that when you turned it sideways, you could use it to deflect incoming attacks. One of my favorites, the Radiant Fist. It was a warhammer, said to be blessed by Moradin himself, and it had a powerful function of blowing up undead when it hit them. Let's see. Oh, yes. Then there was the Karmic Edge. It was a dagger, but also a spear. The weapon, you see, could change between being a dagger and being a spear. In either form, it was still well balanced enough to be useful to one of a more roguish persuasion. The other function of it, and you might not believe this because no one ever figured out how to do this, but not without magic at least, you could throw it, and it would come right back to you after striking the target. Pretty cool, right? No one has a weapon like that.
Arnibus is chuckling as he's hearing all these weapons.
Yeah, Jert shifts in his both of his weapons in their sheaths a little bit.
Phelan is focusing on the great sword.
The other function of this spear dagger is that if you're afflicted with some kind of terrible, lingering condition, you might say, you can transfer it to someone else by striking them with the weapon.
Nice.
The last one I can remember off the top of my head was it's called the Captain's Quiver. It was one of them fancy elven quivers what could hold so many arrows and bows and whatnot. But what was special about this one is that whenever you drew ammunition from it, the ammunition would come out enhanced in some way. whether it was ringed in fire or covered in frost, whether it had the power of the shifting earth or the howling wind. And of course, the fifth element, love.
Oh my god, charm arrows.
Gavin was always one for style.
Well, who's Gavin? A friend of yours?
The wielder. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
To see those weapons with my own eyes before I finally pass from this world into Moradin's smithing halls, it would be the greatest. Alas, you have made a part of my dream come true. Thank you, Layla.
He nods to you in appreciation.
Oh, my heart is so full now. I could probably be easily swayed to be helpful in some manner.
Well, that's fantastic. So,
nope, the urge is past.
And he starts drinking his.
God damn it.
Carrying on where we were. So the tree is gone, and we are terribly sorry about that. I would have loved to have found you those materials, but I do come bearing a replacement. If you will let us know where that tree was when it was uncovered, I will give you this. And Barnabas pulls out from his inventory very reluctantly, very hesitantly, the ironwood that he found in Warkelnaw's lair, which was enough to make some amount of iron. It was a usable amount, was how it was described.
Mm-hmm.
And he puts it down in front of Morlin and says, it may not be enchanted with lightning, but I found this and I'd be willing to give it to you because I myself am not talented enough to work it, nor do I possess the tools.
Oof. Hearing a non-dwarf self-depreciate about their lack of crafting skills, even though he's heard rumors that you're a master craftsman, you see that his grumpy mood meter, it starts to kind of shift towards happy mood again. This is an old school dwarf, guys. This is like going to visit your very problematic baby boomer uncle for Thanksgiving, right? But he says, that is a good piece. And you can sense Umeg's getting ready to say a smart comment about that might jeopardize everything. Your danger sense is tingling there as his mustache begins to bristle as he is ready for his very insulting insult that he's been formulating this whole time. Going once.
Yes. Guy looks over to Layla, ready for her to intercept or, guiding gut punch.
She rolls her eyes.
And you see Umeg's, in slow motion, Umeg's mouth begins to open.
Umeg. Hey, Umeg.
I shoot him a darting glance.
Uh-huh.
Scathing.
Well, look over there. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
And he goes and just stares at a shield. Alright. Morlin says,
fine. If them dwarves back home found out I was being so soft on you, they laughed out to the halls, but what can I say? You've been good to me and mine, so sure. Let me mark it on your map where it's located.
and he says,
And Barnabas, Benoit, you mind stepping over here for a moment, son? I'd like to take a walk with you.
Certainly.
Alright. Can you hop into secret chat?
Oh my. Okay.
This secret chat brought to you by the FoundryVTT.
Extra Life. It's brought to you by Extra Life.
Extra life. If you would like to host a Extra Life campaign, session, or simply sit in or donate, please watch over the coming weeks on Crash Team's YouTube channel, Twitch channel, and be ready for multiple games of goodness with many DMs.
Can't believe why do I gotta shut him down? Huh?
That's usually my thing. I was giving you a chance. You want to use your quippy one-liners that you always use on me, on someone else, and you deny the opportunity.
For the party.
Yeah. We are taking Jocelyn, right? Like, we need
I
we need
mean,
her help.
that'd be
to blow up the
great,
bridge.
honestly. I'm
To blow
willing to
up the
ask this dude, like, you want that dream to come true? You want to pack up your shop and just come with us, baby?
Yeah.
Honestly, that would be nice. 2 blacksmiths in a group.
Yeah, but looking around in Anvil, that's a Thanlin job, or I don't know. I don't think we can make it all the way. I've never seen a dwarf like this outside of his shop before. Once they settle, they settle. He's either going to the Hammerfast holds or Jocelyn's coming with us. We can try to get him. We can try.
All we need is a contract out and ready, and they're safe.
We
Oh,
already
yeah,
have our
true,
double
though.
timing duo of cooks. I don't want to overshadow them with their double timing duo of blacksmiths. By the way, I meant to go fetch you, Gerard, but we kind of just steamrolled into it, so.
Oh no, Gerard could definitely be seen in the background lifting heavy things and putting them in other places.
Oh man.
For the festival, he's definitely him
Goliath
and Manette.
strength.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely caught the festival fever, so whenever you guys run into him, it's fine.
Yeah. I didn't forget about you. I didn't.
Okay.
This lady tried to one-up you with apple pie. A shame.
Manette's
Gone
the pastry chef time, so.
Oh, okay, good. Try to one-up Manette then. Oof, that's gonna hurt.
I mean, now that Jared is no longer in her shop, you could have it and open up your own bakery.
Don't give him that false hope. This town's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be very sad when he's very happy about the festival. He's getting excited for it, and then you guys are gonna go. We gotta go.
Yeah, so remember that fire dream? That was the light version.
Oh God.
Had a little less circles of death in it and blood elementals. But hey, if you want to stay and get blood puppeted, be my guest.
I'm pretty sure one circle of death could take out that whole.
Oh yeah,
that whole.
That's why I'm trying to learn
the green.
counterspell. I would like to learn counterspell to prevent a circle of death from killing like 20 innocent people. What are you thinking, Jert? What are you thinking? We bring Jocelyn, we bring both of them.
Oh, we can't. We shouldn't bring Merlin, but we can definitely sign Jocelyn up for the B team. She was already going to come with us last time,
Yeah.
but definitely on B team because that precludes her from being killed in combat.
Why shouldn't we bring Merlin? He's so cool. Listen, I just want to recruit all the dwarves, okay? I like dwarves.
Is that your goal? Get every dwarf in the party?
I think,
Yeah,
I,
I
I think it's
want
incompatible.
Layla and the 7 deadly
It's
dwarves.
incompatible because you already have Umeg.
Yeah,
Like,
but if, I
you
feel
can't
like
have both in
Umeg
the
would
same
either
party.
die or kill Morland.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
of
we
them.
are running into one of
Or
them.
they become rivals and they get better when they're fighting together because they're trying to show up against each other.
Character growth.
Mhm.
In my Dungeons and Dragons?
Or you fuse them together somehow. Make one.
That's right. That's the real goal. We amalgamize and fuse them into one mega dwarf.
Or you introduce them to their past and then they regress into stereotypical roles. But nobody ever does that. Wink.
Now we just need an alchemist so we can make a dwarf flesh golem.
Oh God, that just sounds terrible.
Just beards everywhere.
Rafina's gotta love this. This whole conversation, all this culture. Carciphona, are
I'm
you
not-
slowly caressing Jert's face with your mouse?
No.
There was a pause there.
Yeah. Is that what's going on over there?
Little Wolverine. And
You're taken. You're taken.
looking at a picture.
Oh, hi, DM.
All right. The two of them returned from their walk. While they were gone, Jocelyn just sort of listened to your banter, with the curiosity of a person who secretly wants to be an adventurer, but does not want to disappoint their family.
Oh well, the banter was whether or not we were going to bring her. So she
Yeah,
probably.
Barnabas has
Yeah,
good
whether
news
to
for
bring
you.
her and whether to bring her dad.
Barnabas has some bad news as well. He comes back smiling ear to ear and kind of like looking over at Moreland with a deep like respect in his eyes, and kind of just positions himself back into the inconspicuous part of the party where he can blend in.
All right. Moreland says, lunch is over. Time to get back to work, Joss.
Miss Moreland? Before we depart, might we have a word with you?
I believe the human custom would be Mr. Coalhewer, but what word would you like, Layla?
I didn't know your last name. I apologize.
Oh, I'm gonna leave chat and rejoin because for some reason sometimes when I go to secret chat and come back, music robot doesn't play for me. So I'll be right back.
Barnabas will inform you guys that we've pretty much gotten everything we came here for.
No?
Welcome back.
Oh,
Yeah, hello? What? You can hear you.
can you hear? Can anyone else not
Yeah.
hear music robot?
Oh, I can hear
okay.
it.
That's still going.
All right.
Yeah, still
I
fine.
don't know. Maybe disconnect it and reconnect it. I don't know.
Yeah. Let me try that. Let me try that. Did it work? No.
No.
Isn't
Alright.
left the chat yet.
All right. Hold on. Kick it. Oh, I have to give it a reason for kicking it. Oh my god. Sorry. Disconnect. There we go.
Why,
like-
father? Why?
You banned me? You banned me from the server? I did everything I could to help you every single day. All right, hold on. And sorry, the oppressive. I've gotten so used to there being background music that when there isn't, and I'm trying to DM, my mind just wanders immediately. All right, there we go. All right. Sorry, Layla, start over if you could.
Oh, no problem. Then
yeah.
she says, Moreland, he says, it's actually Mr. Coalhewer, but you think, and she goes, oh, I was not aware of your clan name. I'm sorry.
Okay. He says, so you had something to say?
You had mentioned wanting to have more of your dream fulfilled. Seeing these instruments, having them brought to you. We were hoping your offer still stood on the table, and that perhaps, if your weary old bones are not up for traversing across the lands, your daughter could, in your stead, live your dream. And could recount to you when she returns of all the weapons we secure.
These are dangerous times. Yeah. And these treasures, some of them are buried in very dangerous places, I would imagine. Or they've fallen into the hands of powerful collectors, we might say. Also, you're adventurers. You live a deadly and dangerous life.
I assure
Is
you,
it-
harm would first come to us before it would come upon your daughter.
Well, she's of age, and I'll let her decide. If she does want to journey with you, know this. If anything bad happens to her, there'll be a certain dwarven ghost that haunts you for all time.
Well, the offer extends to you if you're feeling up to it too, she says with a wry smile.
I have business to do here in Drellin's Ferry. Sorry.
Ah,
Well, girl, it's up to you. You just got a house and all, but the winds have been changing recently. It wouldn't be a bad time to start a new endeavor. I know you've always been curious about travel and whatnot.
She hugs him, and then she turns to you guys and says, "When do I need to be ready to go? Well, what do I need to bring?"
Just some blacksmithing tools, food, clothing,
Whatever you need.
insurance for your house.
Don't you
All
mean your
right.
house? Oh, wait, sorry.
When do I need to be ready to go?
As soon as you can be. And you're also
What
gonna
does that
need
mean? Tomorrow or
looks at the group.
Today?
today?
In
Like right
roughly
now?
30 minutes or less?
Hold on. Let's slow down
Are
for
you
a
not
second.
coming
We're not.
back to Drellin's Valley? Will you be back?
We cannot promise that we will come back to Drellin's Fair. We are going to try to, but events are fluid, and we cannot predict what tomorrow will bring.
So you're just leaving, and then you don't even know if you're coming back? Oh my gosh, this
That
is a
is-
huge decision.
That is, in fact, the life of an adventurer, so we recommend that you bring whatever you need to make it on the road. That includes survival supplies and all the tools of your trade. If you need help carrying things, I'd be happy to lend my aid in that regard. I know that you must have some heavy objects as a blacksmith.
I mean, how much fighting do I need to do?
As much as you're willing, but most
none.
of us will stay on the front.
Barnabas summons a contract to his hand and starts going over the finer points of B-team life.
Explaining the fade in and fade out.
Yes.
How is it that these B-team people are somehow always engaged in some important task, but not important enough to be noteworthy in any of the stories that are told? Yeah, so.
We all just look at the camera.
As a member of the B team, your life is only in peril in the most dire of circumstances. As you're not entitled to any treasure.
No. We offer a share of treasure to every member of an equal share that is distributed amongst the B team members.
We'll just strike through and make a little modification for the clause there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to be able to provide one cool, unique feature. Oh. Well, I don't know if I have any skills that are cool or unique. You already have a master craftsman in your.
Well, don't sell
your list.
yourself short. I could certainly use an assistant. Why, I learned to be a master craftsman in quite a short amount of time, and I'd be happy to introduce you to my teacher.
I've heard dwarves are legendary sprinters.
Everyone looks confused.
Not fantastic at jokes. I'm still working on it.
I'll do it. And she rushes inside, and you hear all the sound effects that you would expect to hear from a person who is completely turning their second-story room upside down.
My joke was amazing.
Yes, it was, Layla.
I'm gonna need a deception check from Barnabas. So.
What if I have a bad sense of humor and I actually find Layla funny?
Oh, okay.
She thought she was funny.
Are
She
you gonna-
chuckled at her own joke.
Are you gonna commit to that for the rest of the campaign?
Ooh.
I think
Okay. You know what? You don't have to commit to it for now. Yeah. Apparently, Barnabas really thought that was a fucking banger of a joke. Just real fucking good.
Of course it was.
Yeah. The air passed through his nostrils much faster than normal when he heard it. So it was a good one. All right. About 10 minutes pass. Jocelyn comes out with the equivalent of like 5 backpacks stacked on top of each other on her back.
And then Moreland says, you got everything you need then? And she says, I think so. And he says, oh, well, you're going to need this. And he takes down the dopest looking shield you've ever seen. Hanging in a proud spot on the display wall. And he gives it to her. This will keep you safe. And if it doesn't... And he stares at all of you, and you feel the thrum of power, and you know that he will for real come back as a horrifying undead that will haunt you until the end of your days if anything happens to her. All right, well, back to work. And he just heads over to the forge.
Yes, and on that, just one last piece of business.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, it's never ending with me. We're going to blow up that bridge to the north, the dwarven one. What's it
You're
called?
going to what?
Yeah, I know you wouldn't like that. Glad we got the good part out of the way.
Yeah, the vein in his forehead, like, it almost ruptures. It gets so big.
Yes,
and he grabs at his heart, and he starts, like, wheezing real hard, and he's, like, leaning against the stones of the forge, and you could hear the sizzling of flesh as he, like, leans against it.
Oh,
Jocelyn runs over to him. She says, Father, your heart! As she runs over to him.
Guy walks up. Oh, calm emotions, yes. There. And he just taps on the shoulder.
There! You're going to blow up the bridge, Gorge Bridge!
Alright, it's either that or everyone's dead.
Or what?
Either that or everyone in this town dies. Like
Keep
tomorrow.
Keep it down.
Yeah.
We're gonna let you in on some very sensitive information.
You spare me. This is for the invading force, then?
Yes. We're gonna hold them at bay for as long as we can so that the town can prepare, and this is the only way.
You can see him doing calculations in his head. And he says, well, if they were planning to use the bridge, and you take it down, that would redirect all of their forces, north and east around the Black Fens, forcing their incursion point to change to Witchcross. Which honestly, those zealots can fucking burn for all I care. And Jocelyn says, Dad, and he says, what? They're terrible. Or they'd redirect their forces through the mountains, which would slow them down tremendously. Or they'd have to brave the Witchwood. Either way, it is a solid plan for slowing them down.
Yes,
End of an age.
Yes, and while we have many talented people amongst us, both I and Guy have some proficiency with black powder, but we were wondering if you could offer your insight on what would be the best way to attack its fault points.
All right. He says, well, that bridge is very, very old. It's likely the center of the bridge. It's a span bridge. The center of the bridge is in real bad shape because these humans want to live free. They don't have a very good way of taking care of their roads, so the bridge is in terrible disrepair. Every now and then, an altruistic idiot will go and patch it up with wood from the nearby forest. But the center of the bridge could very easily be destroyed, but could very easily be repaired. If you want to take the whole thing down, you're going to have to look for the weak spot. You see, dwarves, we build every bridge with our secret failsafe. A place that if we ever need to bring the bridge down on our enemies, we can. I don't know where it is, but it's likely it's on the south end of the bridge, somewhere. If you could damage that enough, it'll cause the whole thing to come crashing down. No bombs would even be needed, just some real muscle. But I suppose a bomb would speed things up tremendously. Now, be warned, if this bridge had stats, it would have a hardness of 8, and every section of it would have over almost 300 hit points.
Oof.
The chance of physically breaking it with your body, if there were such a way to measure such things, it would be a DC 45. So you could understand why, 1, dwarves are the greatest craftsmen who ever lived, and 2, you're probably going to want to find the failsafe.
I've
A
heard of these
dwarven
things.
bridge blown up by a bomb. Give me a break. This guy right here. Now that's a real joke.
Sorry, Layla. I was laughing at a funny joke.
So, Moreland says,
Guy,
Does that answer your question then, Benoit?
Yes, sufficiently. Thank you.
Then, if you're not buying anything, maybe
Leave?
yes.
Yes. Actually, I am interested in buying something.
Oh,
Perhaps.
all right. Welcome to Moreland Smithy. I'm Moreland Cole Hewer. What would you be interested in purchasing today?
It'll take my very long time to learn how to make cold iron, I recognize, and we might need to buy some for you in the interim. The thing I'm particularly interested in is a cold iron chain, because we tried to capture a displacer beast, but it got away from us. I think that might help.
All right. Let's see what I could do for you. Ah, yes. I got a length of about 25 feet of cold iron chain for just such an occasion. I'll let it go for a mere 50 gold pieces.
It's done.
Keep in mind, cold iron is quite brittle. Whatever you got chained up there, it'll shut down its phase stepping abilities and make it impossible for it to teleport away. But if it's strong enough, it'll just try to break free anyways. You're gonna want to have some redundancy in place.
Good to know, thank you. Got quite the lock to hold this chain. Shows him a dwarven master lock, which I'm sure
he lets out a whistle of appreciation, and he says,
Oh my goodness! I haven't seen a lock that good in a long time. Oh,
You know what? Heck, I take one of the ones I couldn't get open, and I just put it down in front of him. It's like, it's yours.
oh, go! You can have the chain for free, son.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna spend some time tonight trying to get this sucker open. Oh man.
Well, you've already given us a great treasure, and he looks over at Jocelyn.
he nods, and you see one tear asking permission to appear in his eye, and you see his tough, manly dwarvenness say no. No. And he says, aye. Well, if you ever have time to get a key made for this, oof, such a fine lock. I suppose this was chained to some adamantine to make sure it couldn't be easily circumvented, yeah?
Well, Moreland, you'd be so sorely disappointed in the Wrath's idea of security.
Oh, that probably would, yeah. Probably would. Oh, thank you. This is a kind gift. A fine gift. Oh man.
He puts it in a place of importance on his display wall, and his hands linger on it reverently.
I'm all set. Anyone else?
All right. Thank you, Moreland, for everything.
Yeah. Have a good time.
You should probably get insurance on the house.
He looks at you, and he says,
Seems most of you aren't good at making funny jokes.
Nope, I'm working on it.
It's true, though. He should.
There's not going to be any money in the town in a bit, don't worry. Insurers. They don't have a central government. And
All right.
Guy would go get Gerard.
Okay. You swing by get Gerard. Gerard has a barrel of vodka. You also pick up the second barrel of vodka. There are 5 scrolls with the vodka and a pile of diamonds that roughly is 312 gold worth of diamonds. None of the diamonds in and of themselves is particularly great. This is obviously like the small diamonds that would be used to make just like cosmetic jewelry and things like that. There's no like really cool medieval fantasy style like golf ball diamonds in there or anything.
But 300 together does qualify for Revivify, is that correct?
Boy, I sure hope so for you guys' sake. Yeah.
Drought minute, what did you create to be gifted with such price? I'd like to taste that one day in my life.
So the
What?
5 scrolls, there is 3 fireballs. There is 1 lightning bolt, just in case.
Ooh.
And then there is 1 haste.
Can any of us cast lightning bolt?
Can't you?
I-
No.
I would have to make a roll for it, I think. I think I could, but
Okay, it's on your.
I think it's on the warlock spell list.
it is, but it's not like I only have first level spells. So
Right. So yeah, so you'd have to do a caster check to see if you can do it.
Toss that over to you if Gerard hands it over, though it is his price.
Okay.
Oh, that does remind me. I do need to run over to Suturin's and get counterspell.
Would you pick up a scroll of Featherfall while you're there?
I can certainly try.
Okay. Just in
Lily, you
case.
alright?
We're going to a bridge. Let's just...
Oh, I see why.
I recall something about a 300-foot drop, and we're blowing this thing up. We should have a scroll of Featherfall handy.
Okay. So the issue with reaction-based scrolls is they have to be in hand.
Okay.
They're basically eating up a hand slot because you are having to cast from it at essentially instant reaction speed.
That makes sense.
So they're not a very popular item to make. Like,
Fair.
a wizard might make one if somebody asked them to, but it's certainly nothing they would keep on hand.
So that's why the Warhammer Space Marines put their scrolls on their armor.
I mean, it's
easy
super
access.
dope. It's super dope to do it that way. Yes, absolutely.
You have easy access, right?
And in
Easy
different
access.
ages of Magic, there have been these subclasses called rune casters, and then rune casters basically make spell scrolls onto equipment, which is pretty dope.
That's fucking cool.
Well, it's a good thing that Barnabas basically wastes both of his hand slots with a gun that he doesn't use in an empty hand. But I'm not going to remember to do that. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. Generally, higher level people, if they, are going in, if you become like a rider of a flying mount, you generally accept that you are probably going to waste an attunement slot on a ring of feather falling. You're gonna track one down and get one because, not having access to feather fall does suck if you are on a flying mount because of all the ways that flying mounts seem to be shut down in 5th edition.
I could prepare it, but I'm probably never going to do that.
Okay. So I mean, it's up to you.
I've got crafting to do. I don't have time to prepare spells.
All right, fair enough. So Sir Tyrion, we'll make it brief. He's familiar with how you do things. So he has you cast a spell at him, not a fireball.
I'm gonna
and
brutalize the counterspell by having him use it on a cantrip and ruin
Okay.
it.
All right, and then to teach you the lesson, he tells you, like people that think that young people don't know anything. He explains that you can also counterspell a counterspell, and if a lot of people have them, sometimes it chains off. He says, once I saw 4 counterspells in a row. And he says it like it's the most exciting shit in the whole world, because you know how wizards are.
Gonna be honest, I don't think anyone else in the claws would be able to do that. It's a shame there's not more academics like us, I've spent so much time here. In fact, I gotta get going.
No. Yeah. He starts to try to engage you in a conversation that the Wizards of the Vale have been having about the shifting and changing of magic as the Fifth Age kind of comes into full maturity, and what is the state of counterspell in a world where monsters are all getting these weird innate spell-like abilities that aren't spells, but you do have a lot to do. So yeah, you kind of head out.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'll grab that. Thank you.
I wanted to, and she would see if Thanlin would come with her, but she wanted to go and take care of the business that they had planned with Brightcoin before they left.
Okay.
Thanlin would go with you.
All right. So you go to meet with Caden Brightcoin.
Yes.
All right. At the Old Bridge Inn. All right.
So Brightcoin. Has your stay been sufficient?
Yes, it has been. Thank you.
I'm sorry we haven't kept in touch.
Well, I mean, how would you do that? Send me a letter or something? Oh, right, a druid. You could have been sending me some animals to speak with.
Perhaps, but
it's quite all right.
Resources are intensive.
Of course. Is there something you need from me and mine? We're planning to head back to the northern holds after the festival is over. Promised the boy he could play with his new friends, enjoy himself through the weekend, and then gonna head back home.
I am worried we may have to push you out before then.
Why is that?
The impending threats the Furbolgs worry about are closer than we expect, and it might be best for your family's safety to go ahead and begin the journey tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's the day the festival begins. You want us to just head out? Why are you telling me this and not everyone here at the tavern?
Because you're a rational being, and you're not going to freak out. The regular townsfolk will, and frankly, we kind of need you.
Need me? Oh. It feels like you're giving me special treatment all of a sudden. I suppose Umeg's told you about me. About
He gives
my
a nod.
past.
Yes.
It's not something that I like spread around. I live my own life on my own terms.
I think the holds might be a good place for you to go. I do not know. Umeg is Umeg, and he has a very specific personality. But we would like to be on good terms with the dwarves in the days to come. If you speak on our behalf to the king, that is all we ask. Just to give us a chance. I don't know when we'll be down, but...
So why do I need to leave tomorrow? So I can get your message to the king faster? Or is this town in danger? Because these people, they've been good to me and mine. Not just lately as refugees from a bandit attack, but throughout my life, as a dwarf, as a merchant, and as a man. If these people are in danger, I can't on good conscience just leave and not tell others of the peril that's coming. I hope you understand that.
That might spread panic, though.
So you've put this burden on me, then?
Why don't you take the 3 or 4 closest families?
Now you want me to choose who lives or dies? Just how much danger is this town in, woman?
No, what... Thanlin will kneel over.
Well, the tone of her voice and the way she's talking, it sounds like everyone's going to die at sunrise.
We're not sure.
You're not
we
sure?
We don't have the utmost confidence we can...
Does the town speaker know?
Yes.
And you're keeping it a secret from the people?
We are
You want a mass
preparing.
panic.
We're preparing a defensive. We're preparing to try to raise a line of defense and keep people safe. The town will soon, during the festival, I believe, was the decision. Tell the individuals of this town of a danger that is coming, and some of the speakers are going to offer an exodus for those that wish to leave to other towns for safety, and the ones that don't are offering building a militia and a defense to protect this place to the best of their ability. If you wish to take those close with you to the holds.
Tomorrow, at their festival, the town speaker is going to tell everyone the truth about what's happened here. And then the people will have the freedom to choose where they go.
I think that's the plan. I'll be honest.
Then I will stay. And when the announcement is made, I will offer shelter and safety to any who wish to join me on the road to the northern holds of the Hilllands. And then, when we reach those, I will travel south, and I will speak to the king.
If they do not offer such a statement, you yourself are aware of the danger. And maybe, as terrible as of a burden as it is, you could, if they are not willing to do it, you could take those close to you and tell them of the danger, at least. Save a few lives if the leaders of the town are not willing to.
For no reason. I said already that when they give the announcement tomorrow, I'll make my offer and I'll head home. If an announcement is not made, I'll say this: the respect I have for a town speaker and his family line will be lost.
That is what I was trying to say. You know, the hearts of some men. I'm not sure he will or won't. There was a lot of debate back and forth in the meeting, and a lot of hearts that are heavy with indecision of what to do. Even our own.
Even your own? Can a hero afford to be indecisive?
Less indecision and more differing opinions.
Then I ask again, can heroes afford to be divided?
No, they cannot. You're right.
We made our choice. We gave them the option. Whether or not they follow through is up to them. They are not heroes. They are town speakers, merchants, and council members. You cannot expect the same thing of them as you do of us.
I thought it was important to tell you ahead of time.
And
I'm
I
sorry
respect
to have put
that.
the stress on you.
I will pretend that you told me simply because you saved my life and you wanted to make sure that you saved it in full and not for any political reasons you might have.
Of course.
Can I be blunt with you, Breadcoin?
It seems you can only be blunt, but sure.
She actually grins at that. Well, the political reasons are unfortunately the majority, because the safety of the whole of this land is more important than your life.
I know, and you set a tough task before me. I will tell my friend, the king.
And you are a tough man. Tough men have to bear tough tasks.
Aye.
As unfortunate as much as we hate it.
And I will do my part. Thank you for trusting me with these secrets. I will carry the burden. And hopefully, there are some who will journey with me to the safety of my homeland.
Do you need coin?
I had a line of credit here and I've cashed out, so no, I should be fine.
Give a nod. Alright, well that's this happy, simple topic done. I suggest you get a drink. We're leaving out in a couple hours.
Well, I'll be seeing you again then.
Hopefully. We'd like to make the journey to the keeps eventually.
It's a long way. And the hills can be quite dangerous. You ever faced an Etin in battle before?
How different is that from a Fomorian?
Like if two Fomorians were sharing one body.
We fought 4 Fomorians.
Well, the math checks out. You should be fine then. All right. I'll try to stay in good spirits. Borden knows that my family's been through enough. I want the boy to have some good memories of this place before we leave it. All right. Anyone else have Drellin's Ferry business?
Last one really quick. He's just, guy's gonna get Mina to send a letter, or anyone else if possible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Oh, okay. All
Just gonna
right.
throw out an idea, but we definitely don't need to do this. Do we want to go back to Jared's because we kind of just like breezed in and out of there, or are we just done with that whole loose thread?
I say we're done with that.
All right, then we're done
There's
with
so
it.
much to deal with right now. If this town doesn't
Yeah.
burn down, we can look into that.
There's just a part of me that wishes we could have like created up her extra belongings and brought them to her when we see her next, but
Oh yeah, all the body parts in her basement? Yeah.
just want to respect her life's work.
All right. So, with your business at Drellin's Ferry being done, the journey to the bridge begins. By the time you cross the river on the ferry and head out of town, it is going to be 1 in the afternoon. So, we calculated that the journey would take a normal group at a normal pace. What do we say? A day and change.
Are we doing
but
the bridge first?
Yeah.
Okay.
are you doing the bridge first, or are you
I'm
going
just-
to the
I'm just
meeting?
concerned about the timeline for the meeting, guys. We have 1 day to get there.
Oh,
What? Where'd all the time go?
Yeah, what?
The
That
meeting's
was
on
that was
Sunday.
yeah, it's literally the day after tomorrow. Like,
well, today is Thursday. It's Thursday afternoon.
right, but where we're going
Tomorrow's
is the opposite
Friday.
direction.
That's yeah. I mean, if you don't want to risk going through the Witchwood,
Where is that tree at that?
your
moorland
meeting
mark?
with the Dusk Elves is on Sunday at dusk.
Yeah, can we open up the map?
Yeah, sure. Let's see,
If we just force march it, we can make it in time.
Yeah, I was gonna say we talked about it last week. You guys can
Yeah.
force march is one of your ranger's new abilities. So you guys could do an extra 2 hours, I believe, without having to roll any checks. So you guys could travel for 10 hours a day without penalty. Am I getting all that correct?
It gets 3 hours.
Yep. Let's see.
Oh,
Proficiency
3
bonus.
extra hours? Okay.
So 11 hours per day we can force march.
Uh-huh.
So if we leave now, we can honestly make it to the bridge.
And you're going at a fast pace.
It's 30 miles, so we'd get there in less than a day of travel.
Yeah, so you could get there in about 9 or 10 hours.
That's
And
what
this
we
would be you guys fucking hustling. This is the people that sign up for the marathon, but they don't run it, but they like Karen speed walk it. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Dude,
And then
You guys
make
have
them
your
march.
you guys have your fanny packs, your hips are swaying, you got your arms tight with your elbows out, and you just kind of like hip, like just going as fast as you can. It
What is
ain't
the,
cool. It ain't cool looking. I guess you could theater the mind it to be way cooler looking than that. Like, you're like leaping from tree branch to tree branch. But
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
No,
yeah.
I can't pull that off.
but real world, your grandma power walking in the mall before it opens. There's a lot of things you might not understand, but a mall is a place where there were stores where people could go to before Amazon and the collapse of society. And in the mornings before the stores would open, they would let old people go into the malls to walk to walk laps, basically, because old people, they get killed by weather very easily. And so that's what malls used to do. I used to work as a mall as a child, and so I remember morning shifts, just old people fucking walking around like fucking Dawn of the Dead around the mall. It was the weirdest thing. Anyway,
yeah,
but in
before
the
the stores opened.
yeah, it's pretty neat.
yeah, but in the evening they let the moms do the power walking.
Yeah, but yeah. So if you guys power walk, you should be able to make it there about 9.5, 10 hours, because you have this nice dirt road to go down.
Should we? Well, we get Werg and Dobby. Should we like stop by the Furbolgs on our way out of town since we're like passing them? Give
I
them a
was
heads
gonna-
up.
I
Just,
was
just
gonna bring Sortir
Yeah.
in there anyways, so we might as well.
All right,
just
so I will let you guys figure out during the break if you are going to the bridge now, or if you are going to the meeting spot in the woods,
Where
which I
is
guess
that?
I could
Yeah.
mark that on the map for you. It's pretty far in. It's right about there.
Okay, that's not as bad as I was expecting. I was thinking like way the fuck over here or something.
Oh no.
Okay, we can definitely make that. Then I'm not worried. Let's
Okay,
go to the
wait.
bridge.
So we're going for the bridge. Okay, good.
Yeah, we can because we can just make it back another day, and then
Yeah.
we'll have a whole like 28 hours or whatever to find this. So
and we can hit
Alright.
the festival.
yes, we can spend like an hour or two at the festival.
I can
That's
do
all
a
I-
performance.
that's all I
I
need.
can
I,
fight
s-
Yay!
Jake, the kid.
I just need long enough to start a fire.
That's
He'll be fine.
Jake. Jake's to you.
Huh?
All right. All right. So we're going to go a break. All right.
All right.
See you in 10 minutes.
In
Mhm.
10 minutes.
There is so much time crunch in this campaign. My God.
wee bit.
I'm here.
Oh, dangerous music.
Hey, keep an ear out for a loud thudding sound from my mic. If it comes up, let me know.
I heard grasshoppers at the beginning, or crickets.
I am out in the middle of nowhere, so that checks out. But I live next door to a gong workshop, and the guy that just asked me if it's okay if he uses his hydraulic hammer. Basically, it shakes the building, but I don't think it would get picked up. I think the sound canceling is good enough to prevent it.
Are you saying you live right next to a gong show?
Stand by.
Oh, yep. You do. You sure do.
Oh,
Yeah.
holy shit! Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that is a free gong that I picked up out of the trash because I live next to a gong workshop.
Oh, so you deliberately made that sound to demonstrate
sorry.
that your story about gongs was true. Got it. All right.
Yes.
I thought, oh my god, that's happening constantly in the background. That's going to be horrible.
No.
Okay.
But there is going to be a large hydraulic hammer thing going in the other room. I don't think it'll get picked up, but
Oh shit. B-team. Oh, that's awesome.
nice.
No. So
I
what
can't.
I'm working on, which I should have been doing the whole time, another amazing idea by Orpheus is there's going to be an NPC, and the NPC is just going to be called like the B team, and then all of their abilities are going to be spells, and you can go in and like prepare or unprepare their spells, so that as a reminder of whether or not you have them. And then if they refresh after a certain period of time or whatever, because it's an NPC, you just have that B team robot do like a long rest or whatever, and it'll refresh their abilities. Woman, I have these snacks for myself. These are for me. Nobody wants to hear you screaming in the background because you want Doritos. She's visibly shaking with rage right now. Oh well, fine. You can have some Doritos. All right, do we have everybody back? I think we're still waiting for Red and Layla. Okay. Oh, Red's back.
I wish Alonzo was back so I could tell Alonzo that I find their jokes funny. I'm so sorry to be disrespecting you like that.
I'm here. Just not at my computer, but it'll be a few minutes longer. Sorry, I'm getting food cooked, but I'm on my phone and here.
And we do find you funny.
Eh.
I find Layla hilarious personally.
I don't believe you.
No deception roll needed, even if I did roll one.
Can we all agree that the old Rolled In is just destroyed by now?
Must be.
Yeah, it's gone.
I'm willing to bet they like tore that thing down and stripped it for parts.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's their headquarters.
Yeah, right. Oh god, yeah, they probably have like an enslaved like
Or they're
staff.
Or they're doing tremendous business, and it's never been better having all these people come.
Honestly, that'd be so funny.
That's the 5th edition can-do attitude right there. Absolutely. An invading force of admittedly evil people that do evil things. Yeah, they're paying these people a fair wage. Absolutely.
But they're lawful.
You know who else is lawful? America. What alignment spectrum would you set that at?
Barnabas.
Right. Okay. Lawful Barnabas. All right. So Layla cooking but listening. So I guess we could continue. So if you hear loud hammering in the background, it is Gong Factory.
Do you hear it?
No, I'm just giving ready the disclaimer. And if you hear sad aliens in the background, that's me. And I will chase them out of my office if it becomes a problem. Just let me know.
Sorry again.
While Doritos exist in the world, Scribbles cannot be happy. She took a vow about a year ago to eat all the Doritos on the planet Earth, and if she knows that there are Doritos around, her restless soul must consume them to keep everyone safe. So it's a whole thing. It's backstory stuff, just backstory stuff. All right, I'm back, and we're on the big map. Nope, don't configure it. Just go to it. There you go. Good job, Foundry. All right. This break time thingy. It always makes me remember that there was actually really for real a Wendy's campaign set.
Yeah. With
Damn.
brilliant art.
And that I had the privilege and the honor to watch it live. It was one of the only Critical Role things that I ever watched live, and it was on a whim. I think a game got canceled that night, and I was like, "Wow, I'll fucking watch this Critical Role live, see what that's like." And it was like every minute of the thing, Matt Mercer died a little bit more. Like his soul was wilting on camera. Like he was so ashamed of himself that they were taking part in this. It was incredible. And like even Sam Riegel, who was pretty shameless, there were times where he kind of stared at the camera like, what am I doing? And what have I done? And I was like, hot damn. I was like watching, and as I was watching, I was building a Roll20 server to run my own Wendy's game. And it still exists to this day. It's got a landing page and everything. I had I had a whole Wendy's miniseries planned out. It was fantastic. And then they took the stream down. They tried to disavow it ever happened. They took all the money that Wendy's gave them, and they donated it to workers' unions that were opposed to Wendy's.
Wow.
It was a pretty baller
Damn.
move. It was a pretty baller move. Unlike this Hadozi Space Monkey apology thing I had to read this morning, that was completely, in my opinion, unwarranted. But that's all I'm going to say on that. The real apology needed to be the bad infinite flight speed, but they also addressed that issue. I kind of felt like I kind of respected the fact that they did that. Like they said, you know what, big business Wendy's, our fans told us that you suck and that we suck for taking your money. So we're taking the money you gave us and we're giving it to people that don't like you. And I was like, that's actually a pretty baller flex. Because they were not super duper millionaires at that point. So that it, I mean, some of them were born millionaires, but you know what I mean. Like they're not like the institution they are now. So it was at the time it was pretty inspiring to see people that actually were like, yeah, you know what, fuck you. I was like, wow, that's
Total
punk.
brand building moment.
Yeah, that's punk right there. Damn. All right.
Okay, I am done cooking. Sorry.
Cool. I'm done with the Dungeons and Dragons history lessons. So let's play some.
Don't worry. I
Dungeons
was
and
I was
Dragons.
listening to the Wendy's Gate
Yeah.
and the Hazardy Gate.
Don't worry. Maybe we'll run a Wendy's.
Hazard's
Maybe I'll dig out that Wendy's one shot for Extra Life Weekend. I don't know. I'm the most excited about my 4th edition Divinity game that I'm going to run. Super excited.
What?
Yeah.
Love Divinity.
Yeah, I'm doing it's set in the world of Divinity, and it's going to be 4th edition rules because Divinity 2 is just 4th edition D&D.
Yep.
Yep. And yeah, it's going to be really cool. There's going to be 5 5 pre-made race or characters, and each of them has a secret that the others don't know about, a secret goal, a secret mission that is, of course, in the style of Divinity, completely counter to everyone else's goals.
Yeah, I am sideways like Jeff Goldblum right now for this.
Yeah, I actually just started playthrough of Divinity with my fiance.
Oh man,
2 days
I
ago.
have
It's
put
been so
too
fun.
many hours into Divinity, too.
Man, sign me up. Fucking hell yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about that. So, all right. So let's see. Let me grab some music for traveling purposes. Okay. What is that? This was Callaway. So go. This could have been something I prepped on the break, I guess, but you know, that's something like a pro DM would do. All right, there we go. And good. So, you guys depart from Drellin's Ferry. You see the town off in the distance behind you. And as you bid goodbye, I'm trying to remember how with this new journal thing, how I show you guys the pictures in the journals. There we go. All right. So you see the town fading off in the distance as you reach the road, and looking left and looking right to make sure there's no witnesses, you guys strap on your fanny packs and you begin Karen speed walking up the road. You've never felt a pace this brisk before in your life. Truly, this is the secrets that Rangers are keeping from everyone. All right. Important to note that Jor the Ranger did not sign a B-team contract. Jor the Ranger's like, he's got his own shit to deal with, but he is going to stay in Drellin's Ferry and try to convince them that they need to leave. That's his
okay.
stand.
I thought you said he was going to stay with us but not sign one. Like, oh shit.
Oh, no. He's staying with the town, and he is going to try and convince them to leave. Like, he thinks it's in their best interest to get out.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Excellent. I'm really glad about that, actually.
I'm hoping that Noro's daughter shakes some sense into him.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck he's thinking about it. Like, come on, dude. Half the town's leaving regardless of what he says is what we know. So we'll see.
Now, what I like to imagine is your mood, like, you're keeping everybody at such a fucking pace that all of your conversation for the fucking 10 hours, 9.5 hours that you're doing this is just like real quick exertions of breath. You know, it's just like, I can't believe that they're even thinking about this. You know, as you just kind of keep the pace, like going.
Just make it, like pull a bandit off.
And so off in the distance, you can see the misty silhouette of your castle. That's mostly for Barnabas. And you feel the comforting psychological weight of the deed that nobody made you hand over in your pocket or in your pocket dimension. That's why I said it's psychological weight. All right, and you guys are heading up the road. We'll check for any randos on the way
That
there.
paper really doesn't mean anything. If the red hand comes south past the bridge, that keep is so theirs again.
Okay.
Well, maybe you could go up to them because they are lawful, and you could wave in front of them and say, "Actually, these lands are mine."
Now, see, Layla, that's really funny. Like, that's really good. Was that Layla telling that joke, or was that?
Oh no, that was me.
Oh, okay. Damn. I
Layla's not that funny.
Yeah, I was about to say. All right. So there is an encounter. So I don't know, like cross swords animation. Swing. Diminished team nature. There are tracks up ahead that indicate the passage of a large creature. Do you stop to investigate, or do you need to keep the pace?
See tracks. Do you want to stop? Keep going.
We're on a busy schedule. Let's just keep going.
All right.
No time to get distracted.
Left.
Okay.
Right.
All right. All right. Your eyes.
Now that
kind
scene,
of
that scene is there are tracks in the road, and Jert's doing like 3 circles around it, and he's like, "Okay, go. We're gonna keep going."
Yeah, it's your eyes, like as you're like, no, we gotta go. They kind of like a really badly animated CG model. Your eyes track the tracks until they almost turn completely backwards in your fucking head. It's very terrifying to watch. Like you desperately wanted to check them out. I know you did, but that's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
I was like, nature check? No.
We can stop for a second, just for a second.
No. We made the decision.
Okay.
All right. So you continue on your way, and the weather continues to be balls ass hot, but you will be approaching the end of the day, so I'm gonna go check the weather for tomorrow. Hopefully, it's nice for their festival.
Oh,
Let's see.
in the
Lightness.
hips.
About halfway in, Barnabas is just going to start exasperately yelling out to Jur every 5 minutes. Are we almost there yet? Please. We're
Oh
almost
wow, it's gonna be real nice tomorrow. It's gonna be only 82 degrees high tomorrow, with some nice clouds overhead.
Barnabas, I would turn this first march around.
So let me post it in your calendar thing. So we'll do Friday.
By the way, tomorrow's weather it's gonna be pretty good for this.
It's like an out of breath anchor woman. Like,
Oh my god, so good.
All right.
Missed the bus,
Oh.
jogged into the station, like, right as the fucking air goes on. Oh my.
Truly, Paylor is smiling on the festival because Saturday you're looking at some light winds to try and cool everybody down, but the temperature is creeping back up, a high of 87 tomorrow. Clear skies. All right. As you guys approach the bridge, I have flavor text I'm supposed to read because this is one of the most important parts of the whole campaign. No pressure. Sure.
I didn't wear my brown pants.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the ground has been rising for the last few miles, and finally the forest itself peters out. Ahead is a stretch of barren ground, about 60 feet wide, ending in a gorge. Roughly 100... Nope, sorry, it's been updated. Roughly 300 feet wide at its narrowest point. The gorge drops away precipitously to a fast-rushing stream far below. Because I guess a river would still be bigger than 300 feet across, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know we like to label things rivers in Dungeons & Dragons, just like they say that, every boat in D&D is actually just a sloop, but, who has time for, like, real big ships? Anyways, let's see. The ancient Dawn Way crosses the cleft on a bridge of stone, anchored at both ends to large stone towers with pentagonal roofs. The bridge seems sturdy despite its obvious age. It is clearly the only easy way to cross, since the gorge continues as far as the eye can see, to east and west. The 4 stone towers that anchor the bridge are each 40 feet high. Let's see. Alright. As you approach, Team Ranger, you see campfires, the smoke of campfires off in the distance, and you know that there is a force encamped on both sides of the gorge. So, this is a big map, and I was not about to make it any bigger for you guys. So, you may decide, do you approach along the main road where there is no cover and you will be spotted? Or do you try to approach from, let's see, I'm trying to remember my directions if I turn my head sideways. Do you approach from the western side of the road, which has a bit of cover and seems to have the least amount of occupational presence? Or do you approach from the eastern side of the road, which has the most cover, but also the most occupational presence?
I'll say
Put up a poll?
Sure. Well, sounds great.
whatever way you decide, Jurt and Layla, I am going to cast Pass Without Trace.
That's what I was going to suggest.
That's a staple in this group. Oh my god.
So
Not
good.
just anyone's. Layla's. Anyways, continue.
Well, before you cast it, but what is our plan here? There's quite a force. Do we want to just blow the bridge, or do we want to also combat them?
Our main priority is to blow the bridge. That is our number one goal, having come here. So
And what of the force
honestly,
on this side?
we can deal with them once we blow the bridge up. Truth be told, this is my
Alright.
opinion, of course.
Well- Barnabas might get the bridge.
Balls out,
I
walk
think.
the road.
What the fuck?
Actually, let's go to the elves. Just fucking turn around.
Okay.
Turn this force march around. I've had it with Barnabas is complaining.
I heard
Oh
that
my
flavor
God.
text. Let's go.
You just said we weren't gonna turn around, man. Oh, but how crazy would it be if we actually did that?
Less troops, more cover.
Now it's on the south side, but we don't know which side. But with Pass Without Trace, I'm comfortable with us going on the most cover, most troops.
Yep.
Yeah,
Uh,
because that's the big thing with Pass Without Trace is just not being seen.
So we get in place. This is out of character, but we get in place, put the explosives, and then potentially do like a pincer or flank on the camp since it's near midnight already. They'll have those people that can like scout at night though, because they have that watch rotation.
Also, they, as a species, have dark vision. That is
Mhm.
because of their cat-like eyes. I don't know if you guys noticed in the artwork, but hobgoblins have cat-like eyes.
Winter's Wind.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Winter's winds blowing. Place of power. Wait, no, wait. That's my fan fiction. All right, never mind. Anyways,
Remember,
let's
guys,
keep going.
most of us are human. We can't even see past 5 feet in the dark.
I'm good
Yeah,
now.
we can see their campfires though, so we can use their light as well.
And they do
Oh,
like
okay.
light. You do know that. Just because they have dark vision doesn't mean they like to have disadvantage to perception and trying to make repairs on their equipment and stuff. So
Yeah, seeing
Yeah.
in dark vision still kind
these
of
are not creatures of the night or creatures of darkness, but they have the adaptations to make use of it. So
Okay. It was just mostly for our concerns, because we can't see shit at, like 5 feet in front. So it's like, oh.
A note, just so I don't forget it. I am mimicking the devil's sight. Just
now there is a waning moon tonight, a waning gibbous moon. So there should be some ambient light at least on the battlefield. So it's not going to be pure darkness.
so like
if
dim.
you were,
Cool.
yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I can live with that.
Same.
Yep.
I say we loop around the most covered. We try to find the weak point with Jocelyn's help, and Barnabas for sure.
And
And I-
Meg.
And Umeg. And I can create the bomb in place if we need it, or we can have one, a barrel or something.
I can't help with that. You're on bomb duty today.
I'm
Did
on
you-
bomb duty. Sounds good.
All right. So if you go to player resources, I have put some bombs in there.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
All right. So there is a basic bitch bomb, of which you can make quite a few. They're cheap as hell. I trust as a fellow professional dungeon master that Guy, the creation bard, will not abuse how inexpensive these bombs are with his creation power.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
No, but I believe your creation power makes one item. So
One item, 5
right.
foot in.
Right.
In 1 5 foot space.
So how I'm doing this is any bomb besides the bomb I have listed is so expensive that I'm afraid to even put the price down. But you'll notice that big bomb there, you can actually create big bomb as well. And big bomb, let's see, is an explosive, 15-foot radius, each creature within the blast radius, blah, blah, blah. And let's see, does it list the damage? 4d6 fire and 4d6 thunder coming off of that big bomb. So those are the two flavors of bombs that I am allowing. I have been told in stream that this is too generous to the creation bard, but these are the two bombs that I will allow. It's the big bomb and then the Valdez bomb.
Don't worry, I can't afford the big bomb. I can't.
Okay. All right. Eventually you can though, right?
Level
Does the
like
abilities-
9.
Oh, okay.
Level like 9 or 8
Okay.
or something.
So this big bomb is the one that you guys made together in a cool cutscene, of like, what if we work together, kind of thing. So that was, so I would probably allow a big bomb for this mission if you want to use your creation power, and Barnabas, if you and your new assistant wanted to, kind of guide the efforts, kind of provide the supplies that are needed, we could say that you roll up on here with a nice big bomb.
Very good.
Sure.
Is
If
that-
you need someone to get it into location, I can jump it there.
All right, I'm gonna make everybody the owner of Big Bomb Actor, and I'm gonna put it on the field when you guys get over there.
If any of you guys touch it, you can hear guys singing in the background.
Okay, someone else should touch the bomb.
So
then.
so Big Bomb has 8 armor class and 10 HP. If it is dropped to 0, it cracks open and all the good stuff goes everywhere. The only way to cause it to ignite remotely is if it is damaged with fire and fire takes it to 0. It does have vulnerability to fire.
So we could produce flame it from Hellfire then.
Yeah,
Something
or
like
I
that.
could Eldritch Blast it from 120.
Oh yeah, yep.
Mine has a little extra fire.
So let me check the survey. It looks like we're going to the elves. All right.
Yeah!
Wait,
so
what?
Hold on.
Yeah, what?
I'll put you guys in that corner of the mapos. All right. And Guy, you're using Layla's Pass Without Trace. So I'll set an aura for you. 30
And
feet.
Jert's gonna put jump on himself.
Passive self of 30 here. Let's go.
All right.
Oh wait, are we doing stealth checks or no?
So these are while this bonus is tremendous, it's still going to follow the the rules of stealth, right? So it's not full invisibility, which we all know that invisibility in 5e ain't even that great. If you don't have something to hide behind, and the person in question has any sort of reason to look in that general direction, it does not matter how high your stealth is, they're going to see you, just to kind of give you an idea. As long as you have some kind of cover to hide behind, or the facing isn't a thing in 5e, but for like a stealth mission, if they're not looking in your general direction, then, okay, cool, we'll use stealth. Hopefully stealth gets a bit more defined in 5.5, but we'll see how it goes. Right now, the rules for stealth are very much like the DM will figure it out. And so, yeah, it's all good. Let me bring you guys over to the map.
We chose the path with the most cover, right? So
west is most cover, most troops.
Cool.
All right.
Oh, jeez. Guys, they're fucking right there.
Right, practically in our circle.
All right, so hold on a sec.
Oh, we done fucked up.
It says I don't own a token.
What? All right, hold on.
Oh, Layla and I.
Oh, Layla, I consider you to be the bomb, so I thought it. You already. There we go. All right, nice save. All right.
Guys.
I am thebomb.com.
Oh.
Looking at this, Layla and I could climb speed, hug the terrain, and drop it off under the bridge.
Yeah, you could do that. I could jump it. We got a couple options.
All right.
But they could do so stealthily.
Yeah, I think that's a better option. I didn't think about that. They have climb speed.
Yeah.
Hey.
I could go with them. I don't know if that's helpful.
You guys
Listen, I
include
just
me in
wanted
on
to make
everything
my-
that happened today in the thing. So
You're doing the 9.5-hour march. Yeah.
The most important thing, you must find this weak point.
Now I want to put it out here. You've gone to the force march maximum that your boy could take you to, right, Jert? So when you guys are leaving here, you're not going to want to do too much more traveling, or people will have to start doing the stuff. So after this happens, you're going to need a good place to hunker down, probably.
Yeah.
Nonsense. We press on.
Oh damn! All right, that works
All the
for
way
me
back to
too.
the Alps.
I love exhaustion. Yeah, I'm starting the Monster Hunter game with exhaustion next week. That's how much I fucking love exhaustion. Yeah.
What the hell happened to you? God.
It was a rough tutorial. Okay. It was a rough session 0.
All right, so I see the bomb is above Jert's head, so he just kind of like pulls it out and hands it over to whoever's going to be taking it, and there's a little like bloop sound effect.
All right.
I have changed the music out. It's coming in really low, so if you want to hear it, you might have to turn it up a little bit. And let me set the time here.
Who's that nondescript face in the water? Oh man, is he okay?
Mr. Addict, someone save him!
That guy works super hard, all right? This guy inspects all y'all's maps. All right.
Yeah.
So let me give you a rundown of what you see. There's small encampments of soldiers, kind of nestled here and there on both sides of the ravine. Curls of smoke from their campfires attest to activity. Let's see. There is a tall humanoid figure standing watch on the bridge. I guess none of you can see that guy, though. All right, never mind. There's nobody on the bridge. Flavor text. Let's see. 4 towers. Okay. Nighttime, so we don't read that. We don't need to read that. Oh, this is an interesting thing to read. Okay. All right. So because you are here at night, you see some very spooky shit. Just sort of walking in the air. And they are patrolling the bridge itself. They seem to be massive, emaciated hounds that are just floating in the air.
What the?
Oh no.
It's not good.
So I think I have a patrol mod, but I don't remember how to set it up. But anyways, they're
Yes, I don't know if we've said it.
Yeah,
Drillin's Ferry is fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, they're kind of going back and forth like this. Sort of like making a patrol along the bridge. All right. Those of you seeing the creatures, you may attempt a knowledge nature or arcana check. See if you recognize what they are. Ooh.
Can I do both?
Yeah, one or the other. Yeah. Barnabas and nope, just Barnabas. All right. Barnabas. These are called Yeth Hounds. They are a type of fey creature, and they are very strong and very evil. Their only weakness is the sun and sunlight. Other than that, they are highly resistant to attacks, especially from anything that is not a silvered weapon. Things that they can do. Mostly they just bite the hell out of people, but since they're sort of ethereal or whatever, when they bite you, it does psychic damage because they are eating your soul right out of your body. Additionally, apparently the act of having your soul eaten or chewed on does cause people to become frightened. So these creatures basically are empowered by fear, and they like to eat souls. They also have supernatural senses and are able to detect invisible creatures within a certain distance of themselves. And let's see, is there anything else worth mentioning?
So maybe we do this during the day.
But yeah, these creatures cannot exist during the day. So more than likely, this is what the various spellcasters or whomever working for the Red Hand keep in mind, that they are fake creatures, hobgoblins. So this is not unusual for them to have these sort of monsters. But perhaps the reason you have not seen them is because none of your encounters so far have been at night.
Yes, and I would fill the group in, whispering to them that this thing will probably see us. If it can see invisibility, it can probably see through this illusion. Probably. I don't know. Probably.
So we plant the bomb and then get the fuck out, right? Because
Actually, give me 1 second. I have the perfect plan for this. Guy flips around, puts his hands together, looks up at the sky. Do a guy a favor, Palo? Wait.
As you say that, you guys hear a crack, and you look over, and one of the logs in the fire has split.
Damn it, that's my plan. All right, never mind.
Right.
Those of you who understand Goblin, you see that the 3 hobgoblins, one of which looks to be a blade master, and 2 gerblins and their 2 wargs are all engaging in very tired late night conversation. Essentially, it revolves around the fact of hate pulling the night shift, and then everyone does their part for the hand. And you'll love the night shift when we start pillaging and raiding. Humans can't see in the dark. It's a huge advantage. Then they just kind of like are, talking and all that. Then this goblin right here, he says, wait, I should probably check. You guys have Gerblin access right now, right? I know that your ability kind of can shift and change depending on who you're focusing on.
Yeah, I'm keeping it on goblins, so
Okay.
I can understand their basic communication.
Okay. So basic communication. Let me break it down for you. This Gerblin says, "Me sad, want go on raid, raiding town by river." And then this one says, "Everyone does part for hand. Soon enough, all towns meet the wrath of your arrows." And then this Gerblin smiles and nods and says, "Ready for fire, ready to burn," and so on and so forth. And then this warg interjects and says, "Ready to eat children and babies." And they all laugh, because it's a great joke. That's the Layla of their group, right here.
damn.
Yeah, Jert just kind of listens in. glances
Oh,
over
and
at Layla
it even
then
says
smiles to himself.
ill-humored. What the fuck? Wow.
Oh my god. Yeah, Jurt just smiles to himself as he glances over at Layla and then back to the ward.
This is the
All right.
south side.
Now, here's the thing. You guys hear that there are people sleeping in these tents.
Okay, so here's the
Wait a minute,
plan.
hold on. Yeah, oh fuck. So if you dropped it here though.
Look,
Yeah.
all right. We're gonna.
Or we can just drop it in the center of the fireplace and just they can think it just exploded.
Yeah, it wouldn't
You're
hit
not,
all
you're
the
not
tents,
married.
though.
You're not married to this location. If you would like, you can circle all the way back around, and you can come at it from the east this time, or sorry, from the west. You guys are in the east right now.
I'm actually not against this idea right here though. Like send them in to place the bomb. Hopefully they get out, and then as soon
I
as
got
we're
the
ready,
directions wrong on the poll, but because I'm very bad at telling directions when I turn my head sideways. So, but there's a culprit stud here that I should have looked at. Yeah, you guys entered on the east that has the most cover and the most troops. Well, you could leave and circle back around and come from the west. If you feel that would be better.
We want the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
me,
think this
sorry.
will be fun.
I like Gerard's idea. Place the bomb, ambush them, and then as soon as we're ready, we blow it.
Gonna wait for the dog to move away and then try our best to get into a place of cover before it gets back.
We will have to fight them most likely, but I can handle them.
So
Thank you.
Layla
I
will
can
just
throw my weapons.
scan the bridge with kind of a long horizon drag, making sure to do we see the kind of point what we've been talking about, this crux point?
Well, I would show you the ancient artwork of the bridge includes the adventure, but it's spoiler heavy. So instead, I will use my talent as a mouse illustrator to show you instead. So you've got these towers on either side. Those are towers, and
Okay.
then you've got the span part that goes like that, and then you got the walking part that goes like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 150-foot drop down to the bottom. Just so you guys know. So any of these cliff edges, it's a drop 150 feet down. For foreshortening and perspective, when I made the map, I made the little doodads there, so you can kind of see the edge, but that's basically representing 150 feet of falling and tumbling along the side of this sheer cliff. So it's hard to see from your current location, but you kind of get a sense that the part that Moreland was talking about, where it's like really fucked up right here in the center, you can see there's barely any bridge left, and also over here it's been patched with like wood. I wouldn't feel safe driving my wagon over there, but you know how merchants are. They got to get them supplies across, and I ain't paying to repair this bridge. Yeah. So this could be destroyed as well, but Barnabas, looking at the bridge now in person, holy shit. This is like a really, it looks busted and old, but this is like, God, 800 plus years old bridge, and it is still in really good shape. There's these dope ass griffin.
It's withstood the
statues around
centuries.
Oh yeah. So you imagine that it was no exaggeration. Like every Minecraft block that makes up this bridge is dense as a motherfucker and extremely stable. So destroying it through conventional means would be a lot of work.
Do we get a sense that this damage to the bridge is sustained time or more of a result of the war with the orcs?
A little bit of both. Like it never
Okay.
got repaired after the war, and
Right.
then just natural kind of erosion sort of took it from there.
Gotcha.
Now, if you look at this expert illustration up here, these towers do not go all the way down to the river. So they would, at a certain point, kind of like slope inwards here, and sort of be a part of the cliff wall, right, on either side. And what that means for you guys is that if the weak spot is actually the failsafe is on this side of the river, as Moreland suspects, it could be anywhere in that general area. So you would say that more than likely it's located at the base of one of the towers,
Okay.
or where the bridge connects to the tower. That would be your best guess.
So we need to get under the bridge and into that little crevice area.
May I ask a question about the towers, looking at them? Are they towers just in the sense that they're stone blocks to help support the bridge, or are they interior buildings as well?
They look like there's interiors. In fact, you don't see any light coming out of the towers, but you do see arrow slits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would denote these things as she's kind of taking a long observation.
It's
just kind of
nighttime.
carefully
It's
studying
nighttime, but you have a pretty good. All right, you got 21 perception there. All right, let me see. Layla, you're making an effort to kind of look at the bridge and notice anything unusual.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want me to roll a perception?
I would like you. Yes, roll a perception for me. That's a good idea.
Sure. No problem.
Okay. I mean, your passive in dim light is still a 16. So. Oh.
There
shit.
you go.
All right. Would you come into secret chat real quick?
Sure. Ah, my phone. Go into secret chat.
Here, I'll drag you. There you go.
Remember to bring them back. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Like, we need Barnabas down there to find the weak spot, right? Or we ask Jocelyn once one of us is down there, Layla or I. But the climb speed is what's going to get us down there. I don't see any other way without getting caught.
Yeah.
That we get on that slope and be able to hold ourselves.
Well, no, you climb down over here and just climb sideways all along till you get to the bottom of it.
Right. I meant the whole party. Like, there's no way.
Oh, yeah, no way. No, I thought there's going to be like two teams. Like, one team will stay up here, one team goes in there.
Honestly,
signal.
that is smart.
And I have passed without trace, so me and
then,
Layla.
like, when the signal goes off, we could just start attacking these fools, and that way it'll give the little signal to their side.
The signal's the bomb going off. And the whole bridge falling down.
Well, no, don't you want to, like, kill as many as you can? I thought that was the whole point.
Oh, that's true.
We looking at the numbers and what they have, we might want to rethink fighting them all.
I just got back. Why are we rethinking fighting them?
No. I'm just saying that we only have two people who.
Layla is just staring off so fucking intensely. Like when your cat sees a ghost, but you can't see it because you're not a cat. It's like that. Ark knows.
Don't scare me like that.
Mm-hmm. Layla, eyes on the prize. That's me. What's going on?
Sorry, there's something on the far end of the bridge. I can't tell what in the tower.
Is it another ghost?
I don't know. It's just like a being of fog or something breathing fog. I don't know, but there's just a lot of gas and fog coming out of one of the towers. Just
On the other
gently, occasionally. Far southwest.
Well, if Gas Monster wants to be gassy, I mean, when the bridge goes, the towers go. As long as we don't get caught, shouldn't be an issue, right?
Right.
I suppose not, but just be wary.
Barnabas, how are you going to follow me and Neil around the cliff? Can you climb? Or are you going to be on my back?
Yes, I can climb.
Oh, perfect. And Guy will look over at Layla, lose the smoky eye, and instead grow whatever claws or whatever you've got, Layla. He's done this before. The rest of you, I suppose you should stay hidden. And when, as Gerard says, signal goes off, ignite his plan. We all attack. At least the ones on this side. Any last words or confessions you want to make to each other or me? No, actually, save it.
Ah, damn it.
Man, I just thought we were gonna.
Sorry, I don't have a patrol mod installed right now. But yeah, they're constantly moving. Like just because you don't see them moving, just I showed you earlier
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
pattern
yeah.
is they're going and they're going back.
Back and forth,
all that.
back and forth. Yeah.
Oh, mother protect us.
Their attention definitely seems to be on just they're just kind of sniffing around, just like the scariest, meanest dog you've ever seen that's looking for someone to maybe kill. That's kind of the vibe that they're giving off.
Since you asked, I mean, I know it's a result of just kind of the natural environment of being accustomed to mountains, but with the druidism kind of put into it and the wild shaping aspect of druids, I do kind of imagine with like this particular kind of sheer cliff facing that maybe there is a little bit of like goat hoofs going on, kind of like grip as you go down kind of deal.
Yeah. If you fell near the side, you could probably attempt a. We don't call them reflex saves anymore. You could probably attempt a reaction to kind of grab the wall and either slow your fall or grab hold. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good slope. All
no
right.
guarantee from the bridge. There are no it's a span bridge, so there's no pillars or anything like that. You get knocked off that bridge, it's 150 feet to the water, and I believe only like 20 feet of that would be reduced. So since I don't cap fall damage, you'd be looking at 100 and so you'd be looking at 12d6 damage as you smash into the water.
If we're
Also,
being
it's described as
optimistic,
it's described as swiftly flowing too. So it would essentially at the beginning of every turn you would get pushed in the direction the river was going. And the river is flowing to the east. Or sorry, the stream, because it's not a river, because it's very small. You know, it looks kind of big. All right.
is everyone ready?
You may want to hide before we go to the cliff.
And don't worry, Thunlin. I know.
Hiding.
All right, good.
Barnabas just shakes his head, reminisces about the times of the river troll. Things were so simple. We were just adventurers trying to make some money. Let's go blow up a bridge.
Hell yeah.
Have a disguise, perhaps a bundle of grass to make our backs look like it's part of the cliff.
Oh my god.
We use disguise kit.
Oh,
Okay. So in silence, you guys kind of pull back off map a little bit, and you make makeshift ghillie suits for yourselves. Okay. That are designed to look like a cliff face. Okay.
please.
Gotcha. All right. Completely checks out.
Yeah.
Would you like a
Alright.
disguise kit roll to see the quality of ghillie suit?
I will ask for it when it matters the most.
Of course, of course.
Guy will grab Layla. Barnabas, which one is holding us the bomb? You guys want me to?
I need at least one hand to climb.
The bomb is the size of like a yoga exercise ball. It is.
Oh my.
It is comically big.
I
Yeah,
thought
it is
that.
comically.
I only need one hand thanks to Layla's climb speed, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So Guy will put away his buckler and put it with
Okay.
on that arm. And grab the both of them. Take us out of the pass, their area where the other 4 people aren't, and go to the side of the cliff over here, and we're gonna drop down. Are we allowed to move ourselves on the map, or do you want to hero stack this?
Well, whoever's moving, you should definitely be moving together. If everyone's staying together, definitely keep your minis together.
Come on, Layla.
Do they need to hide before we take this effect with us?
Well, I mean, they need to hide. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely need to hide. The question is, the more on map you are, the higher the DC is to successfully hide without the benefits of the pass without trace. So I need a commitment from each of you about where you are at. Are you on map, or what distance off map are you? Because if shit goes south and you want to join the action here, if you're too far away, you might miss a round of combat or something.
I'm gonna crouch up in this tree.
Okay.
Phelan's gonna stay on map.
Classic
Okay.
Jerk.
Yeah, and take out my sword and my axe, activate fire shot stance, and then just wait.
I'm gonna
Alright.
climb into the tent and sleep with the guy.
What?
Whoa!
No.
I'm taking.
No, we'll hang off map,
Okay.
Jordan.
With
and
while
then Jerk can
while
give us
they
a
were
signal to get in there.
while we were coming back during the ghillie suit construction, on our way back before we split, Layla would go up to Jert and just say, contingencies in case things go badly. And she would hold her hands over his weapon, and a twilight kind of starry effect would take hold, and it would course with lightning, as I'll cast elemental weapon lightning on your main sword.
Dope.
Ooh, nice. He nods. Thank you. Be careful out there. Oh
As
boy.
those four hide, Guy will make sure they're all hidden before getting out of the pass without trace. Come up to the cliff edge, look over at Layla, wink, jump up the side, grow crystalline claws, and begin climbing along the cliff.
All right.
How far?
And you have the Art, do you have the who has the Gauntlets of Ogre power?
I do.
Okay. All right. So you start making your way along the cliff edge. Go ahead and drop your guys' elevation with a negative elevation, so I know what height you're at.
How far down is the slope?
I mean, it's 150 feet down to the water.
Okay.
I guess what is the height, negative height of this area?
Yeah, that's
Of that area. Oh, it goes down as it kind of supports the bridge and builds into it. It goes down about 50 feet.
Okay. So we drop down to 50 feet.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'll get you guys. There you go. So you can no longer see. You should not be able to see what is up on the
Nope.
the land. Okay. Cool. All right. All right. Now, the pace that you guys are going and the pace that these creatures are patrolling, there is going to be an overlap at some point. So, what I'll do is you're 50 feet down. I'm going to consider the range of which their supernatural senses functions. And I will go ahead and do a perception check for them. Just a single perception check so we can kind of see where things are at.
I assume we're moving 30 feet around and then hiding every turn. Whenever
That
they come
sounds good.
close. Yeah.
Okay. Proceed.
This is some Metal Gear shit.
Just want to make sure, Layla, you don't lose the pass that trace. And then we're going to climb onto the slope.
So right about there. Ooh, Layla, what are you doing? You gotta stay with the group. Uh,
I think Layla's
so-
on the laptop.
oh, okay. So right about here.
I was moving as fast as I
Right
could.
about here, the creature stops. Its ears, long and sharp, point straight up in the air. It cocks its head. You see up close that its eyes are hollow sockets, and that there are just two little pinpoints of light floating in them. It opens its jaw wide as its skinless nose. You also realize up close that this is a dog that has no skin. That is all like just muscle, just bloody muscle. It begins to scent the air. You see long ropes of drool kind of dripping through its almost vampiric fang. Its eyes roll in the sockets. It keeps turning and cocking its head.
I want to ask.
and then it heads away.
Big sigh.
Oh.
What did you want to ask that wasn't in any way related to what was happening to a bunch of people that you were with that didn't know about?
Oh no, I was wondering.
Yeah.
Do we see the dog at the elevation we're at?
Yeah. You would have seen the dog stop and kind of like start looking around. Yeah.
Okay, just asking.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have known the location of your allies or anything like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right. You guys are now successfully tucked under the bridge. Okay.
And Guy will gesture for Barnabas to look for the weak spot.
Yes.
Okay.
In hindsight, Barnabas is like, maybe I should have done something about smell. He hands out magical tinkering things that make us smell like hobgoblins, because we've gotten pretty close and personal with their equipment.
Is that what you say to your allies as you're looking for this?
Perhaps. Let's look for that weak spot.
Your character is like the coolest nerd ever. Like, I don't know. It's like that friend that has like all these dope like facts that they keep finding on the internet, but like they just tell you like out of nowhere like this incredible mind-blowing fact, and you're like, who would have thought a human being makes enough saliva in their life to fill an Olympic swimming pool? That's incredible. But we're also going to blow up the bridge, right? Like that's what we're doing right now.
Well, we still got to get out of here and not get out. Okay. Yeah.
So did you explain to your allies what this might look like, or are you the only one that I could take a check from?
Yeah, no, he would have, like, while we were huddling earlier talking about the plan, he would have, Moreland told us all what to look for, but Barnabas would have elaborated as the structural professional.
Then I will accept a single perception check from each of you. A single perception check or investigation, one or the other.
Oh, thank God.
Guy will give him a shard.
Okay. This is a pretty high DC, and if none of you make it, you will not find it.
Can I guidance myself?
Can I?
That's a verbal component.
You can, but it's a verbal component, so it might draw attention to you.
Not going to do that. Then I'll take my shard, and that'll be good enough.
And refresh my thing.
Remember, you have inspiration, so if you want to use it.
Okay, I'll use inspiration on this one and a shard if it's that difficult. Guy, it's a D8 now.
It's a D8, and you have an advantage because it's an ability check. So
then I don't need to use inspiration.
Well, it's an advantage on my bardic dice.
Oh, I see. So 2 of those.
So D8, and then you take the higher on the second one. So it's the 5.
Now, keep in mind the bardic inspiration is also a verbal component. The person has to be able to hear you. So in the same way that the guidance might draw attention, bardic inspiration might draw attention.
Well, I've rolled it already.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I will roll for nearby units to see if they detect anything.
Oh boy. Oh. Lost Layla.
All right. So everybody over here at the campsite, can you give me a stealth check?
Okay.
Oh man.
Minette and Gerard, you are off map. You do not need to give me a stealth check.
I'm going to spend my once-a-day inspiration from Intrepid.
Okay.
I'm going to use a fanspiration to make this a straight roll.
Okay. You guys are tracking your fanspirations, right? With your bots. I guess we'll just do, if you are the one that's using it, you definitely need to go mark it off the robot because everybody has access to it.
Okay.
That way we don't have double adds or double subtracts.
All right, I'll subtract mine.
Should we put them on the map?
Subtract mine.
Unless, Thanley, can you just subtract mine while you're in there?
Okay.
Thank you.
So we lost 2.
I think the fanspo lives in your Pokemans folder, but
there it is.
Yeah, I just put them on the map.
Him bleed. Okay. Somehow one of the only things that didn't lose its bleeding in the recent spatter update. It's very weird. So. Okay. All right. So Thanlin, with the bennies of the inspiration combined with your disadvantage from armor, you think that you're pretty stealthy.
Wait. Thalen, don't you not have disadvantage for some reason? You have like a ability
Oh,
that.
did you set up his armor so he doesn't have disadvantage anymore?
No. I thought that was like one of your natural abilities, or was that when you were a fighter?
That's when I was a fighter.
Oh.
Specifically the knight subclass, so you know.
Okay. All right. It seems fine. Everything seems okay. All right. Going back to these checks, Layla, and Barnabas, you both spot where the thing is. To let you know, you would only have been able to make this check if you were inside the area that was marked on the map. And I'm going to show you exactly where you're standing versus the area on the map.
No
Oh,
fucking
wow.
way.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh my god.
Okay. You spotted about 20 feet up. It's about 30 feet down, and it's exactly in this spot underneath this where this X is. It's in that spot 30 feet down. So it's kind of like built into the infrastructure of the bridge.
Lee gesture towards Guy.
I will nod and begin climbing with the one hand, crystalline claws, and go to place. Now that's the issue, huh? Placing it on an upside down point.
Yeah, it definitely seems like from your from you looking at Barnabas, it looks like a brave but suicidal dwarf is supposed to go here and just smash it with his warhammer until it breaks, which will then trigger a series of similar destructions inside the infrastructure, which would then travel across the whole bridge, bringing it all down.
Right.
It does not look like without strapping it in some way, the bomb could easily rest here.
Layla will
It's
without.
definitely in a place like the undercarriage kind of situation. It's definitely tucked away in a place that it wouldn't accidentally be triggered.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we have a means of securing this?
I have an ironic way, but Layla, I think you want to say something.
She was just gonna, without a word, just like hold out and offer a rope to help tie it to the bridge since you're doing it upside down if you want it.
Guy will first pull out his red cap tooth.
Okay.
These things are magically sturdy, right? Like they're unnaturally sturdy. These teeth. I think that's what Jarrett told us, right?
Yeah, but they can be boiled down for potion ingredients and stuff.
Yeah. If we stuck it in like a baton, like into the bomb, kind of like attached it with the red cap tooth, can we then set off at distance?
Oh, like you kind of make a little woven net of like twine, perhaps, and then you have the twine affixed to the tooth, and then you hammer the tooth into the stone.
Maybe
Yeah,
Wait,
that could
hammering.
work. I mean, it's a strong tooth, but how are you going to get the tooth into the stone? I mean, there's still going to be some force involved, yeah.
I'm more concerned about the noise that hammering will create.
Okay.
Would Fomorian's stomach bile be able to melt a bit of stone? Probably not.
Make a little pocket.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Enough stone to fit a yoga
Just a
ball
little-
size bomb.
Just a red cap tooth.
Oh, just the red cap tooth. Okay, and then you kind of hook it in there, and then you have it the string kind of go out from there. Yeah, you could probably
That's smart.
probably manage that. Yeah.
Guy learns from Barnabas, and Guy will take Barnabas's help doing this, and we'll need the rope from Layla to attach it. So,
All right. During that time, the Yeth Hound will of course have come by again, and we'll go ahead. I'll just give another check real quick.
This time with Hobgoblin smell.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be weird that there's a hobgoblin under the bridge for sure.
it's a bundle of leaves. We gotta go ask Gilly soon.
He's
Oh,
also in
yeah.
a ghoulie suit on
I
the
don't-
side of the cliff.
But he's a hobgoblin, so it's fine.
Yeah, normal behavior, obviously, of hobgoblins. All right, the creature kind of scents the area and leaves, and you guys continue your efforts. All right.
Oh man, this is so tense.
You melt the stone. You have just enough to kind of push it up and in and push it down. Barnabas, we need a sleight of hand for the quality of this woven net and knots you're connected to the tooth.
Can I help? I have proficiency.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Good, because I don't.
Then
Can I
maybe
help
Guy
him?
can roll it. Yeah. All right, Guy. Let's see the Boy Scout skills. Oof. Okay. With advantage, you make what Layla. We don't have to go to secret chat for this. I'm gonna tell you, it's pretty poor. It's pretty poor work. It obviously it's going to hold the bomb. You hope. And the string is definitely tied around the tooth. That's what your keen passive perception in the dark of 16 tells you.
Oh, I think I might have something for this. I forgot. Is glue a viable item in this game? There is one in the comprehensive equipment manual. It's pretty cheap.
They definitely have glue. Yeah.
Can I use my tool belt ability to summon glue?
Yeah, sure.
Then I would like to do so, and
Okay.
I'd like to attempt to glue the bomb to this place.
All right.
Sticky
Guy-
little like.
Guy
put on
goes
the
through
wall.
using a Fomorian stomach bile and red cap tooth, and then it's like, how do we do about
Barnabas
all this?
lets
So I got
you
this
in
glue.
complete silence. He lets you do the weirdest fucking fantasy MacGyver shit ever. Everyone looks at the one-handed, like second-grade art project that you make. Layla's just staring at it in a way that immediately Barnabas is like, I should get the glue now.
I don't want to discourage him. I want him to try. He's a precious boy.
All right. Alchemical glue. This adhesive is contained in two separate chambers of a split vial. When the cap is removed, both liquids pour out and mix into a fast-drying epoxy that creates a nearly unbreakable bond. I wouldn't go that far. I use epoxy all the time. An ounce of the glue can cover a 1-foot square surface. Breaking the bond does require a 25 DC check. Holy shit, y'all. Okay. So, Guy, I don't know where your emotions are at as he fucking pulls out this glue, and he's just kind of like squirts it all over the wall, and then he points at it as if, here you go.
Guy kind of looks at him and just slightly smiles a little bit weaker than usual, and that's all you get. And then he'll stick it on there.
Okay, so you push it there. You gotta hold it for like a minute. That's fine. During that time, your Yethound comes by one more time. Oh, it's sniffers going nuts over that chemical smell. It is going to, just for funzos, it is going to make a terrible, kind of low, kind of baleful sound, just sort of like a hound dog who is mourning the death of its puppies. That's the sound that it makes. All right, I need everybody who is not a member of the Red Hand of Doom. This is a great time to accidentally out yourself, secret Hitler.
Yes.
Give me wisdom saving throws.
Against fear?
Yes, against fear.
As a halfling, I have advantage.
Excellent.
Okay, so this is where we gotta have our conversation, Crash.
Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna use a oh, god damn it. Do you guys mind if I use one?
Based on your backstory, of
Yeah, what is it instead?
Your fear mechanism being broken. If you would be feared, you instead are exhausted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my Faxpiration too.
I'm gonna use a fan spell.
Is Faxpiration a D8 or D6?
It's a D8. because the Faxpo bot is the level 6 bot.
18.
Fanlin.
Hey, dang.
Oh wow! I guess I
Alright.
didn't need that fan spell there.
Fuck.
Burn it. Oh dear.
I already said Gerard was scared of the dog.
Yeah.
So.
It travels. Just so you guys know, it travels. This effect is a 300-foot radius around the creature.
Holy shit!
All right. All of you hear it, and it looks like question mark. Gerard, Minette, you're not afraid. It's nothing to be scared of. Well, let me double check. Let's see. No, Minette, you're not scared. Guy. All right. So it's really just Jert and Gerard. Yeah, you guys are afeared of the sound.
Yeah.
You
And
it is digging up past trauma. It is a psychic effect, and it is getting in there, and it is bringing out everything that you were worried about losing.
You'll never be a
Fanlin's
chef.
Oh no! Oh no!
You're gonna
Wait,
be
what?
a Goliath leader like your father.
Oh,
When
God.
you utter those words now, Minette is scared.
No, that's his flashback.
Oh, okay, got it.
And then Fanlin's by Jert. He doesn't seem afraid, but it looks like he kind of falls into himself, and that deadpan stare becomes more intense, and he can't break his eyes away from the threat in front of him.
Fair enough.
You just see Thanlin straight facing as he realizes that if we fail here, then everyone he knows and loves may end up dead the next day.
Now,
Mm.
oh shit.
He is unflinching. He's getting this done.
As the creature makes the sound, the wargs get restless, and they get ready to howl. And the goblins say in Goblin, "No howl. Quiet, howl. No intruder, no intruder." And they kind of, they don't. Wargs are so evil. They don't give them any affection. It's more like the goblin just looks at it like, "Get your shit together." And then the wargs both like look admonished, and they settle back down.
Oh yeah, do I get a boon?
We're not in initiative, so no.
Ah, damn.
All right. So the glue has set. Are you brave enough to let go of the bomb to see if it stays?
Yeah. Guy
Alright.
trusts Barnabas with this demolition.
You take your hand away, and like fucking magic, this bomb is just stuck to the side of the bridge.
Guy thumbs
let-
up Barnabas.
Layla
smiles
definitely did
proudly.
not trust, and she was like underneath with her hands held up, like, "Please,
Yeah.
bro, please, bro."
Barnabas was standing over to the side, like, of course it was gonna hold.
All right.
Oh,
My.
Oh!
whoa!
We're not out of there yet.
Sorry. It's supposed to be hidden Foundry. Come on. Oh well.
Let's go.
Alright.
Well, guy's not gonna say that, but you point and let's shuffle on back.
Now, is this effect ever? Do we make a save at the end of every one of our turns?
Let me check. Nope. It's just until it's just for like one combat round. So there's just like a chill in your heart, and then it gets better.
Jert says nothing. He doesn't stop looking at the.
Wait. Hold on. Oh wow, this is actually a really shitty fear effect. Okay. As part of this fear effect, you must move away from the source of the sound at maximum possible speed.
Oh no.
Because you take exhaustion to ignore the fear effect, that you're just exhausted and just sitting there.
Well, that means I have to move then. That means our cover's blown.
And then after you move, then the effect ends. So your turn is spent running. You lose a whole turn to this ability. So your turn is spent running, and then bonus action dashing. Then your turn ends, and then the fear wears off. Unfortunately, fortunately you're off map, so they would have immediately detected you because you would have run. But since you opted to stay off map, which would have made you late to combat if combat broke out, I am gonna ask you. Well, you don't get to do a stealth because you're just moving your full speed. So I'm gonna see if they kind of hear you.
Oh,
with their,
definitely would. My
with their
passive
yeah.
stealth is 5. Like I wear heavy armor.
All right.
Yeah.
Jert and Thanlin. That happens. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put you guys back here.
Uh-oh.
And also, what is the timer that you guys set for the bomb? Like, what was your plan to blow it up? Because again, it's tucked up underneath, so it
Right.
can't be hit on accident. So we definitely need to wind that back as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's the cost of fuse cord, I guess?
The cost of fuse cord. I mean, at the amount of wealth that you guys have, you should have probably been able to craft it or make it relatively easily. I guess. How much fuse cord are you hoping for?
Hundreds of feet, if I can get it.
Oh my goodness! And you're just gonna, while you're hanging from the cliff, be unwinding this as you go.
Yeah, I only need one hand to climb.
Also, before you guys
Little
leave,
grappling hooks.
if you can make more glue, don't forget the wine barrels, or the wine with the vodka barrels.
If we just, but the problem is we didn't know something with such good smell was around.
Fair enough.
They would smell the alcohol.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause it because I should have read the entire description of the Yethoud's howl, because that would have triggered a check from the wargs to see if they heard somebody running away, which they would have wanted to investigate, which would have slowed down initiative, and it would have put us into combat. So we'll say that this Yethoud would still be here. This Yethoud would be over here. The bomb is in place with the glue. You've taken your hand away, you've let out a sigh of relief, and that's when the wargs shout in Goblin so that the people there heard something, and they are going to roll to initiative. I'm not going to roll the entire map. I'm just going to roll this group that you guys are interacting with over here. So we'll get you guys in, and we'll get you guys in over here.
So what set off its howl? Not the warg, but the Yethound. Or did it just do it?
Just for shits and giggles. Just
Okay.
It was just kind of like looking around, just kind of like, you know, bang, like, you know.
I'm not in
like-
combat. I don't gotta recharge this.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do it.
You know. All right. So let's start this off with. It's not as bad as it seems, honestly. If you could beat the initiative, you should be fine. And how could you not beat the initiative? It would be easy. All right. Let's see.
I mean, the moment they see somebody, they're just gonna howl and the whole camp's away, right?
Not good.
Oh, we're all
That's
rolling
it.
initiative?
I think it's over, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I saw it go up. I thought it was time. I'm looking for fuse cord.
Oh, my bad. Begin combat, roll some initiatives.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is way more expensive than I thought it was.
Oh, are you looking it up in comprehensive for the
Yeah.
fuse cord?
Yeah, just out of curiosity more than anything.
Take up work and then out of initiative.
Okay, so
Sorry.
Barnabas has to beat the initiative, or is that what I'm getting?
What?
Not Barnabas. It's mostly just Gerard. If there could be something to kind of calm these wargs down before they go to investigate, that's all you have to do. Like, don't think that it doesn't have to be combat. It doesn't have to be combat. It's just a tense thing that is happening. All right. So everybody rolls into initiative. And it looks like Thanlin, you have won the initiative.
I can't even see Gerald. Fuck.
He's very tall. He's got a bald head. It's the middle of the night. You probably
Yeah, I can't
that
see it,
area
man.
had the most cover, though. That area had the most cover.
Oh,
So
fair.
all they heard is somebody like get up and run away a ways off. These are wargs. They have keen hearing and smell. They were already on edge because this creature was just being spoopy.
I don't know what I can do in this situation.
They don't seem to have noticed you based on the stealth check that you had before. So what do you want to do? You control the initiative right now.
I have rations.
Okay.
God, this is so dumb. I'm gonna move right here.
You're gonna move to break stealth.
Oh wait, no.
Moving?
You know
does
what?
moving break stealth?
You know what?
You ain't
Never
a
mind.
rogue.
There's nothing I can really do here. I'm gonna pass the jerk.
All right, jerks. You can see off in the distance. Gerard is with hard to see through like the cover, but you could kind of understand what happened there. Whatever tried to affect you seems to have affected Gerard. He's off in the distance though. This one is shouting at the others. This is the same one that got upset when this thing was making the noise. These guys seem to be regarding it with a bit of like tired, like it's just being jumpy.
I thought you just move half your speed, even if you're stealthing in combat. I know you couldn't move at all.
I think he was breaking cover, maybe?
Yeah, I would have broken cover.
I can't do anything either then if I can't move, so I'm just gonna pass to Gerard and hope he can get away.
Okay, yeah. It's my turn. I'm scared. I run off for a bit. Then if the effect wears off, and then I realize, oh no, I could have just cost us everything, so he will just immediately crouch down. He'll make his own stealth check and try and make his way back.
Heavy on our stealth check, you got this.
Yeah.
Okay. So who do you pass to?
There's that, and then I will pass to Minette's not gonna move. She's gonna maintain the stealth, and I'll pass to, I guess, Layla.
Okay. Layla, down under the bridge, I would say that with your good perception, you could hear like a bit of a ruckus just happening from the camp, but it doesn't seem like crazy, like bad. You just kind of hear like one of the wargs kind of like making barking and growling sounds, and then you hear the goblins sort of talking to the warg. This creature seems to be headed away from you. Barnabas seems to be dealing with the fuse now, trying to figure out what to do with it.
She just kind of sees Barnabas messing with the fuse. Isn't sure exactly how long it takes. Kind of looks at the two of them and gestures to the cliff, like, should I start climbing back?
I'm right behind you.
And then she'll just basically spin her turn and move a little bit. And then she'll pass over to Barnabas.
Once I get the fuse secured, I'll follow after.
And you're going to be just unspooling it as you go, right? Okay.
Yep. Just in one hand, letting it go.
All right. Do you pass to Guy?
Guy.
Okay. And the fuse is not lit on the bomb, so we'll just skip the bomb's turn in initiative. Okay. All right, Guy. You still have the effect on you of Fast Out Trace. Everyone looks like they're ready to head out.
Yeah, Guy looks over, nods, and will kind of continue, and will try to like use the magic to block the spool of currently making fuse. Otherwise, though, he'll keep stealthed and move along with them.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Just pass to any old bad guy at this point. Or is there a particular one you want to pass to?
I'm also thinking, what do you guys think would be a bad idea to knock off a little rock and throw it down, distract the warg
Well,
and the Yethound, or not?
The Yethound has not looked down at us yet. The howl was random.
Layla would not honestly mention it, the situation, because she just hears some some stirring, and
Yeah, exactly.
and dismisses it
Alright.
more or less as the creature's just kind of moving around and unrestful. So
I'll pass it to the Layla work then.
Okay. Alright. So, Layla Warg, basically says, is restless and says, Jerks, go check. Go check. And since they're all kind of a group, they all look to the Blade Master. The Blade Master sighs, and he looks back at the other side of the river. The campfire's there. He looks over at the bridge. He looks over at the Yeth-hound and shakes his head in disgust. He looks at the two wargs, and then he says, you two, go. Check. And the Gerblins are going to just mount up, and they ride off man.
Boy, that's 4 perception checks. I'm crossing my fingers for you, Red.
That's fine. What happens?
All right.
It was fun.
It was fun, he says.
No. This is fun. That's what I said. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm having fun.
It's over. All right.
I got help.
So this is basically Gerard and Minette's thing to deal with over here at this point, unless Jert and Thanlin, you want to withdraw to see what's going on with them. They're currently dealing with two orcs and a goblin. But if you want to stay here and keep an eye on things.
Yeah, if we move, then they would see us, so I'm just gonna stay here.
All right. Let's see. I think as long as you're spending the action to stealth, you can move at half speed. But for whatever reason, I was thinking of it as the rogue is the one that can move at half speed with an actual ability that they get that allows them to. But,
There's one that lets them move at full speed at
full
9th level.
speed. Yeah. Okay.
So everybody else should be moving at half, but then
right.
there's this
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
thing
yeah.
where it doesn't. It seems like nebulous.
No, yeah, that's the problem with 5e stuff. So we're going to say that since you guys have plenty of cover, yeah, as long as you don't move out of the cover, you can continue to use stealth actions to, stay stealth and move. So, I guess all these guys would just kind of, wait to hear what happens, and play would pass back around. All right, I'll pass to Gerard to get a sense of what's going on. Gerard, off map, you know that these creatures are approaching the general area.
They're honing in on.
Around. Yeah, they are looking around to see if somebody is there.
I'm just gonna hide in the bush with my frying pan, and as soon as they get in my bush, I'm going to bonk them.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
It's not taking them. I'm worried about.
All right, what is Minette going to do?
Same thing. She sees what's happening from the bushes, and
all right, so
she'll
back
ready
to
in
back.
action.
In your thistle bush, you guys have your culinary.
Because there's no.
weapons ready.
Yeah, there's not gonna. Because there's no way I can hide from these things, especially 4 checks. So I'm just gonna.
Yep.
And I'm out of. I'm out of position. It's no one's fault. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna attack them.
You got this. Bonk it.
All right.
Bonk it real good.
Yeah.
All right, who do you pass to? Then?
Oh, I'll pass to Jert and Thanlin, or to Jert.
All right, Jert, Dalen.
I'm gonna prepare an action. Oh wait, so you pass to me first or Thanlin first? You said both.
Jert, whichever one if he wants it.
I'm just gonna prepare an action, then pass to Thanlin. My action trigger is if a combat breaks out, I'm gonna start throwing weapons at this Blade Master.
Oh shit. Okay.
And also, Hunter's Target doesn't. Would using Hunter's Mark take me out since it's not a spell now?
Let's check. Hunter's Mark. Does have verbal component to it. So you would be making some noise to sort of declare that you were doing it.
And let's see if Hunter's Target is the same, because I might do that instead.
Whether it's I guess in a less magical sense, it would be like the utterance of an oath or a reminder of training, etc., etc.
I'll use this instead, because it doesn't require one, and then I'll hold the action.
All right.
Thalen's just going to pull out his last remaining hand axe, look up to Jert, look down, hold his action to if the Blade Master specifically makes a move, he'll throw his hand axe at him.
Okay.
And then he's going to pass to Layla.
All right. So Layla, last turn, did you guys climb speed away from your current location any, or?
Yes, that was the intent.
Okay, so you guys would be here-ish.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
I just keep climb speeding.
Okay. If you would like, Barnabas, Guy, and Layla, we could have each, like, all of you kind of act in unison, since your goal seems to be the same.
Sure.
Okay. So are you just moving and dashing? Is that the plan?
I believe so this turn.
Okay. And
Yes.
you are trying to stay out of sight and just follow the sides of the cliff. Got it. All right. This brings you to about there, and then everyone else would follow suit.
Easy enough.
All right.
So I passed a guy, he passes to Barnabas. Barnabas, who do you pass to?
Yep. Oh, this creature would have wandered off. So it would have gone to about here. All right. And Barnabas, you're unspooling, kind of moving with the group. Now, what is your means of like keeping the fuse kind of from just tumbling down the cliffside? You're just tucking it in here and there into like nooks in the stone.
Yeah, I guess so. Unless I have any extra glue, I can just like, you know,
Okay,
get
gotcha.
little pads of glue to stick it to
Little
the
pads of
cliff.
glue as you're kind of gluing it along. Okay, that works for me. All right. That would then pass to the bad guys. All right. Hiding in the woods, you see the wargs kind of closing in on your location. And as they are approaching, and they begin scenting and sniffing through the briars and the thicket, you hear the flapping of many wings. And maybe about 15 feet away from your current location, Gerard and Minette, you see several owls take flight from a nearby tree. And the wargs immediately spin and see the owls. And these are just normal-sized owls. They see the owls kind of flying off. And they kind of roar and bark at them and give like half-hearted chase. And then you can kind of sense their disappointment. As after chasing them for a while, they seem to start heading back towards the bridge.
Yeah, there's like a really big sweat drop on his face as they get like right next to his bush that he was waiting in. And then...
All right. Unless anybody has any violence planned or cover-breaking plan, I'll take you guys out of initiative.
My next plan was going to be drop a piece of chicken in the bush I was in and then move to a different bush.
Jesus Christ. All right. So we'll end combat there. And you guys feel time speed back up. You see the two wargs and their riders reappear. The Blade Master shakes his head in disgust. What find? And then the goblin says, more owls. And then the Blade Master says, elves. And he spits a wad into the fire. And you can just feel the venom and the hatred when he says the word elves. And then he draws out his blade, which makes like samurai sword sounds. And he holds the blade over the fire so everybody can see how dope the sword is. And he says, many elves. Die this blade. Drink of blood. Collect ears. And he kind of like reaches to his neck, and you can see hanging from his neck in the torchlight are just all these dried and desiccated that look like kind of purplish, bluish, kind of tinged ears that are just kind of hanging in like a grisly trophy. And they all sort of huzzah a bit, and the wargs, start to gnash their jaws and things like that. And the over-eagerness is forgotten. All right. You guys finish unspooling your thing, I'm assuming, and
Yep.
make your way up. All right. Guy, considering the cover and your abilities still in place, you're able to sort of catch up with the rest of the group. At what point do you light the fuse, Barnabas?
I think there was some plan that we wanted to do an ambush first and then light it to catch people on the bridge? Was that the plan, or do we want to just light the fuse and go? Because it's
How
going to take time.
slow?
It's
Light the
just
fuse.
light the fuse and go because it's going to take time.
All right, we'll light the fuse and then catch up. Probably under the cliff face so that these guys can't get a chance to see it.
Ooh,
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
All
Yeah,
right, so
just-
clinging to the side still, down below. You're gonna light the fuse, and you're gonna stick around so that you can make sure that it doesn't like get caught or doused somewhere along the lines.
That would be smart, I suppose.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stay near the fuse to keep an eye on it at least.
Okay.
Or at least we can.
All right. What about the rest of you? What is the signal so that the rest of the party knows that you're good to go? Like, how long do you want Jert and Stanlin to wait there? Is the signal the ship blows up, or do you want them to get safely out of the area?
Yeah,
I would assume that in the 9.5 hour journey.
I think we're just on. I think the moment we see the explosion occurring, that's when we book it.
Yeah.
So you guys
Why don't-
are you lighting
Well-
it, or are you not lighting it?
Well, no. So we had already made our decisions. So you guys are changing the plan on the fly. You have to tell us, or we're just going to be sitting here waiting to fight them.
Barnabas?
It's my
Why
decision.
why
What?
don't the two of you go up? I'll stay here, make sure that it blows, and I'll turn into an owl, fly off. Go let the
Okay.
others know.
Without
Alright.
me, it'd be pretty exposed, but alright.
I think you could probably get to Jert and keep her in your aura.
Well, she's 30 feet down too,
Oh.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
50 feet down, or however far you guys, were when
Right.
you, yeah. That's okay. I mean, people aren't looking there, so, right? And like, they're currently being pretty rowdy over here. Like, everybody got a little spooked, but they seem to be kind of overcompensating with brave stories of all the mayhem they're going to cause when they start pillaging and plundering.
Do we have any rough idea on how fast fuse burns? Like on what we can expect from this distance?
If you've ever watched a Western movie, you would know the answer is just as fast as it needs to be dramatic.
Yeah.
Okay, it takes plot time.
Plot time works pretty good. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I
So,
guess that's the plan.
Guy, you and Barnabas leave Layla. Layla has a means by which to light the fuse and is waiting to do so. What amount of time is Layla going to wait?
30 seconds.
Okay. All right. Now, the rest of you, you were informed by a heavily obscured, magically hidden Guy and Barnabas that they don't want to attack and cause an ambush. They want to get out of here. Am I understanding that correctly?
Barnabas?
I don't know why I'm being consulted as the main voice here. I want to fight personally, but that's just me. I'm prepared to be outvoted.
Yeah. What? Why do we want to leave?
I didn't vote either. So
This was
Okay, well, yeah, I
it was
mean,
always my plan to fight
Yeah.
the group on the other side of the bridge. You know, that was my plan from the beginning.
okay, so wait, why don't you guys take a second to deliberate? You had a 9.5 hour trip up here and like 30 minutes to get to position. So if the plans are changing on the fly, I mean, maybe kind of discuss with each other what you're doing and why that's happening. You had one thing happen that was essentially a test of everybody's patience and nerve. You guys didn't take the bait, and everything went over smoothly. And then things seem to be going exactly how you planned. So
Personally,
Yeah.
Thalen's focus is just blowing up the bridge. Fighting the Red Hand is secondary to making sure the bridge blows up and we get out safely. So personally, he doesn't want to fight.
Okay. Yeah. What about these guys on this side of the bridge?
That are definitely going to come
Which
for
is the
Drellin's
side-
Ferry.
Exactly.
well, we're gone.
So I think that we stay, we
Oh.
kill them, and we make sure that bomb goes off, and then we go.
It's only a small number at this point.
Yeah.
That small number
So-
could kill everybody in that town.
Absolutely. One sword master could do a lot. So
Yeah.
is my vote that we light the bomb, everyone comes up, we attempt to get a surprise round while the fuse is burning, and we carry on.
Yep, we go until we can't
I
anymore,
agree.
and then if we have to evacuate, we do.
Yeah, there it is. Let's go.
All right,
Come on, Layla.
everyone in agreement to launch this ambush then?
I'm in agreement.
All right.
Yep, light
Alright.
that fuse. Let's do this.
Do
Okay.
you guys want me to stay down just to make
Nope.
sure it
Come with
blows?
us.
No
Nope,
need.
don't stay on the side of this hill.
No, if it comes to it, one of us can
Okay.
get down there and try to manually do it. But
I can throw a fireball down there at worst.
Yeah,
Mhm.
perfect.
Oh yeah, that would be dope.
Don't worry
Yep.
about it.
All right, good plan. Let's go.
Okay. Oof. All right. In that case, just give me a second.
I mean, rationally, there's going to be more people than on the side of the bridge. There's ones in the forest, there's patrols, there's going to be people that go to Drellin's Ferry. But
It's the
Yeah, but we can do what we can about the things that are in front of us.
Now, I would definitely recommend not launching the attack until the bridge
Well,
blows,
yeah.
because if we're being like less cinematic, a fuse per the source that we are using takes a minute per foot to burn.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, remember the work on those layer? That thing was burning in the background the whole time.
Yeah, if you guys have played Thunder Tree or whatever the fuck it is, Icewind. No, not what is it? The second starter kit has an adventure that involves like fuses and stuff like that. I think it does. Either that or my DM like homebrewed some shit in. But they burn very, very slow. Even in combat, it would burn very, very slow. But outside of combat, it does burn pretty slow.
Okay. So what if we wait
so
till like
yeah.
right beforehand?
Yeah,
and then-
definitely wait until it blows to go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that was the original plan, anyways.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good with it. Let's do it.
that works for me. All right.
That's our go signal.
Sky will
You said 1
position-
minute for every foot?
Yeah.
So you'd be sitting here for an hour and 40,
Yeah.
45 minutes. So we slowly-
Because I made like a multiple 100-foot fuse. Yep.
Yeah.
Guy,
Okay.
So if it's gonna be that long, and the Yeth Hounds will fucking see that fuse burning and smell
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
it. Guy is just gonna go to the side, look around to his party members, and he's gonna just pull out a scroll and raise an eyebrow.
Oh, drop a fireball so that it hits
Yeah.
the fuse much sooner. That's a great idea. All right.
Yeah.
I guess we have
Very
to do that. Yeah.
All right, go
Alright.
time.
Guy will unfurl its blue
Use
robes will
plan
gather
room.
around him, and he'll use a fireball on the bomb.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. So a number of things will happen then. Fireball flies through the air.
Great action.
Fireball flies through the air. It explodes. And all at once, of course, the explosion, everybody's fucking roused. Just everybody's roused. The fire washes over the fuse, and then washes over the bomb. There's no way that for a fireball to not deal at least 5 damage. So you could roll it if you want for flavor, but you don't have to.
Hell yeah.
It catches the bomb. The bomb explodes. The damage from the fireball, combining with the damage from the bomb, 36, very nice, is enough. There actually was a amount of damage you had to deal to get this thing to actually go off. So the damage from that, plus the bomb, which is thunder and fire. So give me 4d6 fire and 4d6 thunder.
Nice.
Fire.
All right.
Oh no.
Oh,
Thunder.
nice. Okay, you're over 40. You're over 40. And
There we go.
thunder. All right. It was
41.
weak. It was weak to thunder, so it takes double damage from that. That is way past the threshold of damage that needed to be dealt, and the damage reduction that it had. So, you blow up this fucking bridge.
Yeah.
Let's
All right.
go.
So, the explosions all start that I accidentally revealed too soon. So, I guess it's oh, that's the wrong part too. I'm so bad at DMing. All right. So, hold on a second. Okay. Wait, how many of these fuckers are there? There we go. All right. Can you guys can see the explosions? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
saw one. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it starts blowing up, and then the explosion kind of travels down the course of the bridge. and more explosions start kind of going off, and the bridge starts like all at once kind of tumbling down into the river below, and
I'll be out.
it all happens in a certain amount of time that feels like no time as the bridge just starts collapsing. You get the feeling that if you were on the bridge when it went down, that the original writers of this campaign were going to have you take 20 d10 points of damage. So it's
Oh my
good that
God.
nobody was on the bridge as it got blowed up. As the explosions clear, your super lazy DM throws this thing up to show that there's no more bridge because he forgot to save out a copy of the map without a bridge on it when he was making the map. So there we go. Perfect.
Sounds doable.
All right. And with all of that taken care of, I will try to roll all these Jabrones into some combat. So, as the bridge explodes, everybody on the left-hand side of the ravine mobilizes for battle. Alas, there's nothing that they can do at this distance. So you see this guy who is, let's see, does not, represents the guy who's not there anymore. Hold on. That's weird. Okay. I'll bring out a freshie. Don't know why that poor man got broken. All right, so this guy bursts from his tent. He definitely looks like he's maybe in charge of this shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so he looks around, sees the bridge is exploding, and he's freaking the fuck out. The Yeth Hounds that could fly, they turn their attention fully on, where the first explosion happened and are kind of looking around. Over here, you do see this guy who kind of was near this tent. He looks over and he takes great interest in the other side of the river. And go ahead and I'll roll him into combat specifically. You see lights come on in these towers. They won't start in the first round of combat though, because they're getting roused or whatever. You don't see any lights come on in these towers. These particular towers are actually crumbling and falling away. You get to see this poor ogre take 20 d10 points of damage as he goes tumbling down with the bridge. So he's donezo's.
Were either of the Yethounds too close to the bridge, or are they good?
During the explosion, that's a good question. I used an explosion effect, but the rest of the bridge is more just kind of crumbling and falling apart inside. But this guy was pretty close to the initial blast. I'll go ahead and have him take a little bit of damage. That sounds good. So we'll treat it as if he was hit by your fireball.
Perfect.
So we'll go ahead and do a dex save for him. All right. So he would have taken half, so 18 damage. All right. And no resistance to, we'll say, fire, thunder, as that kind of boom blast goes off. Very nice. All right. Cool. And then everyone over here would actively roll into initiative. So let's go ahead and grab everybody again.
Fucking do it.
All right. So Minette and Gerard, you're going to miss the first round since you're off map. But you hear the explosion. You know the plan was to get rowdy and kick some ass. All right. And then these troops down to the south, they will activate.
Glad I'll use active initiative.
And then let's see. We got sleepy babies over here. So let me roll the sleepy babies into initiative. And then I'll roll for each of these towers over here because they will be able to reach with their composite longbows. So we'll roll them into initiative. Whew. All right. So as we get ready to begin combat and everybody is rolling into initiative, we're right at time. right in time.
Perfect.
All right.
Oh yeah, good job, guys.
Okay. So, I know that there was like a point where you were like, "This is some bullshit." Like, we did everything perfect. Like, why would the Yethhound randomly make that sound? Why would everything suddenly fall to shit? So, you guys did everything perfect, and that's why, like, there was no reason for them to overreact to anything that was happening. This is just dog-like animals that were just doing kind of, like, nervous, rowdy kind of shit. They're eager for combat. They're looking for a reason to go out and do stuff. They're restless. It is very much like if you play any of those like horror games where like how long do you hide versus do you try to run? Do you let this thing happen or not happen? It was more of like, would you guys actually sit through 2 rounds of combat and hope that things turn out, or would you panic and break your cover and actually jeopardize the mission? So it was a little, I don't know, it's a little unconventional, but I just thought it would kind of be, I don't know. Like, when Red played through the horror game, I thought it was a really neat mechanic that there were actually parts of it where you deliberately wanted to fail, or you deliberately wanted to not do the thing that it was telling you to do because it was kind of tempting you to do the wrong thing and kind of deviate from the plan that you had. So that was kind of the angle. So I'm sorry if it felt a little unfair and a little arbitrary, but I really did take into account that you guys were doing everything like really, really well. So okay. All right. So we will continue next week, and you guys will battle it out against this side of the river and these 2 Yethhounds. And
Yeah.
I guess that's it. I guess there's nothing else to worry about.
Orion is still missing.
Don't say that.
Well, technically,
I'm gonna say it like that.
I'm going to say right now, I may have to be a B team member next week. So
Oh no. Okay.
That's not cool. We're in a big combat. Oh no.
there's a reason I wanted to not fight, but hey.
Maybe you could have given us the meta
You should have
reason.
said that.
Look, y'all were really gung ho
Now
about
we're
us.
down a
I
whole
was
last
like,
player. Oh man,
"Ooh."
Andy's our tank. Now I don't know if we can win this
I'm
fight.
overconfident in almost every situation.
Well, I mean, you could always jump into the river and have it carry you into the Witchwood to safety. So
It
that's
worked for me
always an
once.
That's
Yeah, grapple 2 dudes, set yourself on fire, and jump off the cliff.
Yeah.
What an amazing way to go out.
All right. I guess there wouldn't be lights in the middle of the river either. Let me get rid of that. Hold on. Okay.
No,
I'm just, hey, I believe in you
concerned.
guys. I believe in you guys. Okay.
Yeah, you say that, except I'm gonna be taking 4 attacks. I'm the only one up here now.
Well,
I'm the only person in front of them.
for this battle, Thanlin, do you authorize someone else to play as your character next week since you might not be here? Since they need you so much for this combat?
I
I
did.
mean, or a DM could just be so kind to delete a couple goblins, right? Huh?
I mean, your scheduling concerns are not my problem. So
I mean, I did sign a B team contract, though.
If you want me to play
I
a
have it right
fighter
here.
in the
You
part,
can
I'll
swap
do it.
over to him. You can swap over to him, but
If
Oh,
you
no.
are wanting somebody to
well,
play
here's
your
the
character,
thing.
I can.
Here's the thing. We have not started the combat yet. You guys had a fuse, and you could have used it. So you did not have this meta knowledge before. So let's give it a week. You guys could decide if you stayed and fought or if you left. There was a moment where a guy climbed up and communicated some information, whether it was get your asses ready or whether it was change the plan, we're leaving. You guys could determine that as a group in Discord, and I will respect whatever decision you make next week. So that fuse, like, yeah, you could have Layla maybe, go there in wild shape and watch the fuse to make sure it goes. But I'm gonna say that this dude's a master craftsman. He would not have used a faulty fuse. So if you wanted to have said that you went out of your way to kind of tuck it behind stone and make sure that it would not be visible to these Yethhounds, blah 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 blah, you could have remotely detonated it. You could have had Guy dramatically detonate it from 150 feet away.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And then sneak
there's a
off
lot
with
of
this
different.
stuff,
Yeah, exactly. And then float down river afterwards. You could have, there's a lot of things you could have done. So, I'll let you guys kind of determine that this week because yeah, you guys are going to be down, and this is going to be. I'll just put it out there. This is a deadly. This is beyond deadly. You have no idea what else is happening in this encounter.
Yeah, and now we just lost Allan too, so there's no way.
I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen, but I'm going to tell you point blank. This is a deadly encounter. I have no illusions that like some of you will die. Like that's how hard this encounter is. So,
Oh Lord.
yeah. So
Great
you
timing.
guys,
Thank you.
you guys can just deliberate and discuss and figure out what you want to do. It's a badass encounter, for sure, but it is a deadly one.
I want it so bad.
I'll try my best to see if I can make it, but I'm gonna let you know now. There's no guarantee. So,
But if you don't make it, you got to make a decision. Can they play your full character for you while you're gone, so they have access to your abilities and your tanking and everything else? Because your B team does not measure up to your actual character.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
But-
All right, it's a tough
If we-
decision. It's a tough
If we
decision.
let
And you
him
have
do
your
that,
fate
he
point
could kill
back.
Umeg.
You
I
have
don't-
two legs, and you still have a fate point. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you an extra.
I don't want Umeg to die. That's the point.
I don't either.
Because he will die.
All right. Sounds like you guys have a lot to think about. Again, I appreciate you guys kind of leaning into that, like curveball there, and I think that this was well thought out, well executed, and well done. I actually rolled randomly right before the session today during prep. There were 6 possible locations where the weak spot could have been, and I even put two of those locations on the opposite side of the river, just to be just for shits and giggles. But it did end up being there, and it was they have to be within this circle when they search, or they will not be able to find it. So you picked the best place to come in. You did everything right. Really, I was just like kind of tossing out, just because the story is more interesting with some speed bumps. You know what I'm saying? The little bump
Totally.
sort of there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, if
So,
something happens, you might get challenged.
You know what? You know what?
I was explaining to my kid. I said, a perfect game of baseball is the least interesting thing in the entire world because a person goes and they throw the ball perfectly 9 times, and that's the end of the inning. And I was like, nobody really wants to hang out and watch somebody perfectly throw a ball 9 times. Like, but a perfect game of baseball, you throw a perfect pitch, strike them all out, and you're done. That's the inning. A perfect execution of a perfect plan is deeply satisfying, like a nice clean shave, like deeply satisfying. But life is messy. Shit happens. And you guys kept your cool. So you deserve every opportunity to just bow out and be like, we fucking 5-starred this shit. We blew up the bridge. We slowed them down. They're fucked hard. Let's move on to the next thing. Or if you would like, you can stick around and smash some faces in. But I'm going to give you the week to decide.
I am very
Alright.
scared to see what that officer can do.
Mhm.
I'm terrified.
Okay. Now, any announcements? Well, I mentioned on the break that we've got extra life and we're doing it a little bit different this year. I am like constantly one step away from being completely burnt out. My day job is very, very difficult right now. I am in charge of like a bunch of websites for a school system, and we are migrating 30 websites over to a new platform, and it has to all be done before January 1st. They all have to be completely web accessible, and a bunch of other restrictions and requirements. I have to train hundreds of people how to use the new platform. I have to cram how to use the new platform. It's like a lot of stuff. So, so I don't have like as much energy and brains left at the end of each day. There's like my normal mindless like, oh, the website's working? Okay. Like that's not happening. So as much as it broke my heart, I decided not to run a 24-hour marathon this year. Instead, we're going to make it a community event. Everybody is encouraged to participate, whether they join in events or they run events. There is a like a sign-up sheet on the Discord. So I'm going to start contacting people that have signed up, and we're going to start penciling people in for events. And we're going to make a channel for it so that people can like kind of post what events they're planning to run. We're going to do it all, like online video games and trying out different types of tabletop besides Dungeons & Dragons. Like I'm going to run a 4th edition adventure. I know Conti's running a 4th edition adventure as well. He and I are going to maybe stream relearning 4th edition. That's the first D&D that Conti ever played was he joined my 4th edition group 1 bajillion years ago. And so it's always got a special place in his heart. And so I know that I'm going to run a kobold Tomb of Horror. So a bunch of kobolds decide to try to rob one of Acerak's vaults. And in a very Tomb of Horrors-esque meat grinder dungeon, we're going to see just how many kobolds does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, essentially. So we're going to have a nice little death counter. And as the kobolds die, we're just going to keep piling it up, see how many kobolds it takes to successfully complete the mission. Just a lot of like weird, neat ideas for adventures that people have wanted to run but just never had the time to do it. We're going to set aside 3 days to do that, and also donations will be available to boost any characters or players that you like. So if you see people that are playing, or you go out and you get donations donated in your name, you can use those to cheat your dice rolls and basically cheat death, as it were, so that your character can be even more successful during the adventure. So that, plus Magic the Gathering tournaments, plus we might get some online Vigima games going. Maybe like, I don't know, everybody just hangs out and plays Jackbox. Maybe we do a metaverse, metagaming, kind of like everyone plays as their favorite character playing Jackbox. Like, we might do stuff like that. So, yeah. Anyways, so that's my big announcement for what's coming up. It seems a little early to mention something that happens the first week of November, but guys, it's already September, the year 2022. So, holy shit. It's right around the corner. And I will be running a second Curse of Strahd game. It will be on Sunday mornings. So there was enough interest, enough people on the wait list that I was like, sure, I'll run a second one. It's that's cool. Unfortunately, most of the people on that wait list cannot play on Sunday. So unless I can actually fill the group, I won't be running a game on Sundays. But if that is something that you are interested in, it is very, very difficult. No/low magic, real world isekai in Curse of Strahd campaign. So,
if I weren't playing one right now, I would sign up for it.
I am very excited for it. I don't want to spoil too much, but like people who have watched the handful of prep streams, like man, there's some really cool shit.
What time Sunday morning?
It is going to be 10 to 1. It's going to be a 3-hour time slot.
Another 7 a.m. for me.
I mean, you just got to live that early riser life. That's all. So
Sunday's the only day I get 6 hours or more.
Oh, okay. I could feel you on that one. So.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, those are my announcements. Anybody else have any other announcements they want to do before we adjourn? Anybody looking to fill games, run games?
Thank you for streaming and playing, Red.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, no worries.
Now you can go back to sleeping. Yeah.
I will also say I do have a slot in on my Hackney game in about 2 sessions. If anyone's curious on dark horror and fun comedy, that one too. And be on the lookout for extra lives.
All right. Awesome. Okay. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Saturday, and we will continue this next week.
All right. See you next week.
Fantastic.
Thanks for running Crash.
All right. See you guys next week. Maybe. I don't know.
Look, you're only letting everyone down if you don't show up. Right.
I'm sorry.
Just everyone down. But it's okay.
Okay. You know what? I've decided. Jared, are you still there?
I'm still here, yeah.
Okay. If I can't make it, you're in control of Phelan.
Oh,
that's
shit.
a hefty responsibility to lay on me.
That's
But I
I
will
haven't
accept
ended
it.
it yet. That's recorded.
Oh!
And the stream ends now.